Welcome to Dimension 119, a dimension where anything can happen. Prepare for the strange and unexpected. Enjoy today's episode.
What's going on, everyone? It is Nathan with Dimension 119, and we're going live with the finale of Orlunds Magical Mountain Emporium. This is a game that we had running on the channel. Um, what we were doing every week or every other week for a while. Um, season 1 didn't end so well, but we started up season 2 with new characters. It went mostly better until scheduling conflicts came up, and it hasn't been on the channel in a while. But Steve is jumping back into the dungeon master seat and is going to guide us through our final episode here. And I'm going to get out of the way and turn it over to Steve, let him do what he needs to do so we can jump back into the mountain. All yours, Steve.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back, gentlemen. Welcome back, everybody watching on Nathan's Twitch and anybody watching on YouTube now or in the future. It is an honor and a privilege to be back running the finale of Orlunds for these fine players. And we will go through a brief recap just to reset the scene, and then we will jump directly in. In our last episode, We found our heroic travelers and adventurers making their way back to the Overlook after besieging a lich inside of his lair, besting him in combat, and finally tracking down his phylactery. With no easy, convenient way to destroy the phylactery due to having spent resources in combat with the Lich and his lackeys, and not having a wizard in the party anymore, the party decided to pack up the phylactery and take it back with them to the Overlook to seek the advice of Riorge and see if maybe they could find someone to aid them in its destruction. They touched the golden hued hourglass symbol, feeling the magical pull yank them from one point in time and space and pull them to another. They opened their eyes, brushing away the shaking off the feeling of magical travel, to see the atrium of the Overlook with the sign battered and blasted and scorched and hanging from a single chain. Upon entry into the glorious tavern and inn was in shambles. Bodies and tables and broken crockery littered the floors. No signs of any survivors until they approached the huge double-sided bar and found a possessed Roars who, upon short conversation, attacked the party, claiming them to be part of the destruction that was wrought upon the Overlook. Through a trying battle, the party again ensued, finally coming to a climactic end with sending Roars off into the aether a second time, hoping that his spirit could finally be at rest. The party sighs a heavy breath, a mixed inhalation of exhaustion and remorse for someone they now realized had come to be considered a friend. Welcome back to the Emporium, gentlemen. The Overlook, still blasted and scorched, remains of different things clutter the ground. The only thing still in one whole piece is the large island bar that Rior's called home. What would you like to do?
Being being the cook that I am, I'm gonna make my way over towards the bar because I seem to remember there was also like cooking fires right there too. Just gonna look around for something and maybe just start trying to cook some food for everybody because that's kind of been my way of trying to help soothe everything over with everybody.
You rummage around, poking through the remains, making your way under the little half door trap to go behind the bar. And upon scrounging around, three items come up that still appear to be intact and salvageable. One of them is a small silver flask that has engravings on it that wrap around the bottle that appear to be gusts of wind. flowing around the outside of the bottle. The second one appears to be a small paper parcel that, upon picking up, you immediately recognize as being a wrapped piece of meat from a butcher. You can tell from the slightly cool yet malleable texture inside of the paper that this has got to be a piece of meat. And the third thing that you find is a small quarter barrel of what you can only assume to be wine, as it's stamped with an elvish rune that symbolizes light and laughter.
Um, I guess I'm gonna grab the meat and the wine and throw it up on the countertop. Is uh is Rouge's body anywhere?
Yeah, his corpse is still slumped up against the outside of the bar where the final stroke fell.
Um, well, I'm gonna have this flask in my hand and I'm gonna look over at him and I'm just gonna say, hey, we should probably bury some of these guys. Put like kind of put the flask in his pocket or something if he's got a pocket right there, and kind of just start grabbing him off the table or the
Yeah,
bar.
he's wearing his big traditional leather barman apron. It's got a few pockets in it, one up front here on the chest, and then two large pockets down at the waist.
Sylvan's gonna look at Phil, uh, dead on, kind of look up and look around and look back at Phil. Do realize we're already underground. He's already buried, as we are.
Well, he still needs to get off the goddamn bar.
I'm just saying there may not be a
Start
need to
dragging.
bury him.
Well, it's just fine. You don't have to. I'll say food's on in a few minutes, and I'll continue to pull him away from the bar, and then go head back over and try to get
Give
the
me a
fire going if there's not
perception check, Phil.
one. 27.
So you reach up and pull the the flap of the chest pocket up to put this flask in, and you notice from pulling it up that there's a weight to it, that it's heavy in the hand, and it, like, you have to put more behind it to open it up. Like, it almost feels as if there's something already in the pocket.
I would investigate into that real quick since he's already dead.
So you reach into this chest pocket and your hands close around a metallic disc that you feel inside of the leather. You pull it out, turn it over in your hand, and in your hand you're holding an enlarged coin that's stamped. What languages do you speak, Phil?
I speak um common and drow sign.
So you can't read the runes that follow the outside edge of the coin, but you do recognize right off the bat the image that's stamped in relief in its center. And it's an image of a large mountain peak with a hammer over one hand of it and an anvil over the other hand of it. You recognize it as the symbol of Moradin, one of the more relatively known dwarven gods.
Nice.
Now you said that the bar is still intact. Is there still a downstairs? Like,
There's still a hole in the floor where the stairs were, and the
okay.
2 staircases that went up the back wall to the second floor are in shattered remains on the ground, but you still see the holes in the floor upstairs where they connected and went through.
How high up is the second floor? Is the second floor still there, or is that gone too?
No, you see that the floor, which is the ceiling for you, is still intact, and you can still see the holes, and you can still see the the glow from the ever burning torches that line the inside of the overlook shining down through the hole.
Okay. Um,
And it's probably, I'd say, about 30-35 feet from floor to ceiling.
okay. I'm gonna go up and investigate the second floor. Uh, I got those slippers of spider climbing, so I'm just gonna walk right up there.
Okay.
Can Sylvan hand you a rope to tie off up there so that
Yeah,
he
yeah.
can get up there with you?
I have a rope, but yeah. Um. Yeah. Whatever.
'Cause
Sure.
I think Sylvan at this point remembers um the
You
dwarves
said
that
30 feet,
helped
right?
before. So I think
Yeah, it's
Sylvan's going to try
between
to go up
30
there
and
and
40
investigate.
feet.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it was within my speed. I mean, I guess that's only for combat, but whatever. Okay. Yeah. I'll toss down a rope once I get up there, and yeah,
The
pull
climb
you.
isn't difficult. Even even the underhang portion of it, where you have to hang from the bottom of the floor above to get your hand holds, it's
Right.
not overly difficult for you to do. And you bring yourself to a position where you can kind of wrap yourself around that floor and cautiously peek up through it to scan the room. And you remember from your previous visits to the Overlook that depending on which staircase you went up, you'd wind up in a different portion of the
Right.
second floor. But the second floor, in and of its entirety, was nothing but a huge bazaar of sorts where different people who were visiting the Overlook or even permanent residents of the Overlook would set up stalls and tents and tables and crates of wares that they would sell to other adventurers who were taking on the task of the Emporium.
Right.
And the sight that greets you now is pale in comparison to how you felt the first time you saw this bazaar, being a myriad mashup of colors and styles and things from all across the realms. Now, shredded tents and broken crates litter almost every space your eye can see. The ones that aren't covered by piles of broken debris hold the remains of, for lack of a better word, hollowed out bodies.
Like completely hollowed out, or just like the organs removed.
Like if you hooked a vacuum cleaner up to somebody's mouth and just sucked every piece of their interior physical form out.
Okay. Shit. Where did that
The
go?
one that catches your eye the most, that strikes so hard, is the white dragonborn merchant that used to deal in magic items. You remember one of your guys' previous visits to the Overlook. You all purchased some potions and a few odd trinkets from him, and you can see that he still resides in the comfy, oversized chair that he was always in. But even the chair itself seems to be shrunken down into a caricature of its former self.
Well, I don't have detect magic. I don't have detect magic. Can I make an Arcana check to kind of determine what school of magic, or if, like, I'm trying to figure out what did it?
Sure.
Okay. I got a 17.
You being who you are and where you're from, you don't know much about this school of magic. You just know that it stands for pretty much everything you stand against, and you recognize it almost immediately as some form of necromancy. You can feel that gritty, bitter, almost taste in your mouth that this specific type of evil leaves. Curzon, do me a favor and give me a perception check with advantage. Curzon, you are muted.
All right. We don't have any sound coming for you, Mike. Still got nothing.
Curzon has been silenced.
How about
A little bit.
You're there, but you're quiet.
now? All right, I rolled a 13.
I'm sorry, say again. 13,
13
and you did that with advantage.
with advantage.
You don't get any real direct confirmation of it from Steve, but you definitely feel there's something off about this position in Fey Run right now. You feel an omnipresent energy here somewhere in the overlook.
Sylvan's gonna look to Kilgaunt and look back down at these bodies that they're kind of seeing. They don't look as though they've like been gutted and emptied and hollowed out, right? Or are we talking that? Or are we talking just like they're just kind of deflated as if everything that was in them is gone?
Exactly.
Sylvan's
From
gonna look to Kilgaunt and
inspection across the room, you don't see any visible wounds on anybody. Nobody's laying there missing a leg or anything like that.
Oh,
he's gonna look to Kilgaunt and
Okay.
say, it's almost as if life essence were sucked out of everyone in the Overlook.
yes. I feel a dark force at work. Um, it's an evil that I have only heard tell of but never experienced. um, we must tread lightly if we are to investigate to the source. Um, we need to find a way to defend ourselves against this if we are to come face to face with it. If this is, you know, the climax or the end of the Emporium.
I can't imagine that. I could be wrong because strange things have happened while we were here, but I can't imagine Orland designed this place to implode. Someone got close to the end. I
You
wonder
never
if
can
something's
trust
gone
us.
wrong, or if this is in fact Orland's doing.
I'm inclined to tend toward the latter. I never could trust a crazy wizard, but that's just me.
Both of you give me perception checks as well,
Advantage or straight up?
just straight up.
All right.
13.
17.
Sylvan, you just hear it as a muffled sound coming from the third floor. You hear it kind of vibrate in the stone above you. Kilgon, you hear it more clearly, not only because your ears picked it up, but because of your kinship to the stone. It almost whispers to you, and you hear it almost as if it was a whisper that somebody was passing along to you, and you don't recognize the wording of it. You can't tell what's being said, but you recognize the tenor of voice and the inflection and tempo, and you recognize it right off the bat as a chanting of some sort that immediately sparks in your mind spellcasting.
Not so okay. So it's not in a language I understand, but I recognize the cadence as spellcasting.
Exactly.
Okay.
And it's coming through the stone of the floor above you.
I'm gonna turn to Selbin and be like, "Do you hear that? Do you hear the chanting?"
Is that what it is? Here's vibrations of some sort, but I can't make them out.
Yes. Yes. It's in a language I do not. I've heard, but I do not know. But I clearly recognize the cadence. There is spellcasting at hand here.
It's coming from above us, you think?
And that's where it seems like. Um, Steve, the third floor, is that straight up same hole? Does it just go straight down?
It the room continues around the curved wall. So like you would come up the one staircase onto the second floor, and you'd
Mhm.
have to walk along the wall probably 15 or 20 feet, and then there's another staircase that goes up to the third floor, and you can see from right here the one that you're close to, and if you turn your head and look all the way across to the other wall at the opposite end of the emporium, both of these staircases are still intact.
Oh, okay. They both lead up to the third floor, just different
Correct.
rooms, right? I'm sorry.
Actually, they all lead up to the same room. You remember from your last visit here that the third floor was basically just a large area for people to spar and train.
Okay, see, that's what I meant by downstairs. I couldn't remember where the training room was, and that was what I was looking for. Um,
Yep, it's the third floor.
yeah, I didn't get a chance to do recap, so um, uh, is there anything else of note here on the second floor?
Well, I mean, if you took time to individually look at where your mind remembers each stall and tent to be, you
Mhm.
could sift through the rubble and I'm sure you'd find various trinkets and probably a substantial amount of gold and silver just, still on the corpses. Most of these people are still wearing the clothes and armor that they had on. Nothing appears to have been taken from anybody. It almost appears as if they were in mid shopping and mid transaction when something, as Sylvan so eloquently put it, ripped the life force out of them.
I'm gonna turn to Sylvan and I'm gonna be like, okay, so if we are to make it out of here, we stop back here before we leave. If the people are not magically back to life, we loot this room. We loot the second floor before we leave.
Sylvan nods to you and then says, Bill's not the only one that can sneak, and kind of like goes into a crouch and starts making his way towards and slowly up the stairs, just trying to get an eye on what's up there.
Um, you said the stairs are intact, right?
Correct.
Both cases. Um,
Yep.
hang on one second. Let me find.
Phil felt his name being taken in vain, so he's gonna grab a beer stein and chuck it over to where he's trying to stealth at.
Throw it through the holes up into the second floor on just a blind shot.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Steve!
Can't nobody sneak like me.
Pew!
I'm the king of sneaks.
I am going to.
We got a nice copper pipe. I'm gonna take your knee out.
I am going to wild shape into a tressum.
A what?
A tressum.
A transom.
Yeah, a
That's like
tressum.
where the boat motor goes on.
It's like a cat with wings.
10-4.
And just um, go up the other staircase.
It's like the Renaissance version of a chimera
Kind
or
of,
a
yeah.
lamia.
I get stealth. I get
It's
I
a
get
labia.
I get stealth bonuses and stuff
Stealth
like
bone.
that.
It's
Yes.
like a freaking bird, dude.
No, just
He,
nevermore.
he wants to make sure he can still have some attack
Listen,
options.
listen. This
Have more
character.
options.
Have you ever been
Tressum-
chased by a goose? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm just
Listen.
gonna leave that there.
Listen, Tressum, they have detect invisibility, which is something I don't naturally have. So,
No, it's a good option. I've used them to kill parties before.
None of
You
us are
guys
gonna
hear me
take
now?
you seriously. We're all gonna be like, yeah, cats
Ow.
just randomly stare at stuff all the time, anyways.
I mean, I'm probably only going to be a Tressum for a short time.
Anybody got a laser pointer?
Sylvan, give me a move silently, and you begin your metamorphosis into this winged feline and lift yourself up off the ground and go sailing over to the other staircase.
Eight, 18.
All right. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Phil, you stoke up enough of one of the cook fires to be able to get the fire going again, so that way you can unwrap this parcel of meat. Give me a knowledge check or a survival check, whatever you use for cooking.
27.
So you get the butcher's parchment unwrapped from this thing, and you begin to see a corner of meat poking out of the wrapper, and instantly, from the color and the texture of it, you know it for what it is, and it dawns on you just a split second later, due to the hue of it, exactly the species and breed that it is. And you recognize this as a huge chunk out of the flank of a gold dragon.
Okay. um. So with that, I don't think I'm gonna cook this meat.
Well, with
Um,
a 27 knowledge and your history as being a cook in the king's army, you have heard many of campfire and trailback tale of men performing super heroic feats after having consumed the blood, meat, or bone of a dragon. You can't put too much stock into how much of it is true because you've never eaten dragon personally yourself. You prepared it once when you were being apprenticed up in your cooking rights through the previous head cook for the king, and you never ate it because it was for a special meal for the king and a foreign dignitary that was visiting. You and the cook just prepared it, and he just taught you at that time how to prepare it. But through your many years of traveling in the army, you've heard many people tell tales of doing really, really monumentous stuff after having consumed something that belonged to a dragon.
no, well then maybe I do want to make some. If I knew all that, why didn't I just say so? So yeah, so I'm gonna cook me up some dragon. For your knowledge as well, I do believe that I would have grabbed that symbol of Moradin and the flask after I gently set him over in a respectful manner, because he's offered me that flask before, so I know what it is. I'm just gonna hold on to it, and that Moradin thing could come in handy. But I think it's time to eat some dragon meat. I think I'm not gonna let uh Curzon know.
You know that you have, with what you have on you right now, as far as terms of tools and spices and everything else, you have two separate ways you could prepare this haunch of meat right now. One, you could flash cook it to where it's ready for you guys to eat right now, but it would have to be consumed completely within the next 12 hours, otherwise, it would spoil. Or you can cook it in more of a hard tack jerky method where you would be basically slow cooking it and drawing all the moisture out of it to preserve its life for, you could safely say, like 3 to 6 months on trail if you cooked it that way. So that's your choice as to how you would proceed from that point.
Hmm. Well, there's no telling how long it'll be before we get a chance to eat it. How long is it gonna take to make it the other way?
To flash cook it, you'd probably have it done in about 40 minutes or so.
No,
Your elbow scale immediately registers it as like a 4.5 to 5.5 pound piece of meat.
no, like to make it into like a hardtack.
You're looking at anywhere between 6 and 9 hours.
Ooh, shit. No, I'm gonna have to cook it regular then, because we're
Okay.
not gonna have that much time.
How much
All right.
time has passed since we fought the thing last?
How much time has passed since you fought what? The Lich or Riorch?
Since we had our last altercation.
Moment. You guys just finished battling Riorch and struck the final blow a few moments ago.
I'm gonna suggest that we find a way to make a rest, because we're all gonna need it.
Perfect. We'll have dragon and eggs for breakfast. Not dragon.
Sounds delicious.
Well, you both do realize that it is the Overlook. There is a multitude of individual dwelling rooms here that you could barricade, lock, ward, prepare, however you wanted to. There are even small sitting rooms that would comfortably house the four of you in a single location where you could barricade the door, spell guard, alarm, whatever.
Well, we need to wait for everyone else to come back before we make that kind of a plan, because they're still poking around, trying to pretend to be quiet.
Actually, Curzon and Phil, both of you give me perception checks as well.
It's 8 plus 9 is a 17.
6.
You don't, Curzon, you don't hear anything. You're wrapped in the tumultuous melodies of Steve. Phil, you hear something, but your brain doesn't register it. It's trying to place it, but it can't because it's almost at such a distance that you can't quite make out what the sound is. But you're like, did I just hear something?
What is that? What is that noise?
Sylvan, you make your way to a point on the staircase where your head is about to breach the ceiling of the second floor, the floor of the third floor. And almost as your eyes cross that horizon level, you come up the stairs and you turn to your left immediately, knowing that's going to be the center of this large room that was the training facility for the Overlook. And immediately your eyes are drawn to the center of the room. You see a familiar robed figure standing with a soft blue glow emanating from him that almost perfectly matches the blue that emanates from the stone all around you. His conical wizard hat sticking off the top of his head, and the long black peppered with gray beard that juts out from under his chin. His fingers steepled in a pose in front of him. His head rises up and his eyes open, and he says, "My, a pleasure to see that someone has made it this far. Welcome, Sylvan, son of Earl. We wait for you." You immediately recognize Orland standing in the center of this room.
Perhaps I should have left
37
the
stealth
thinking to
check.
Phil.
I don't know what's going on, but I just rolled a 37 stealth check.
Great, you hid from yourself.
Good. That's fine. Sometimes that's the best thing to do.
Curzon does not see you cooking the dragon.
Exactly. And I'm not sharing either. Hi.
I think Sylvan probably just stands there, kind of both in awe and also a little worried for a minute. He definitely wasn't expecting Orlund to just be sitting in the middle of this room. So he's just kind of waiting to see what happens.
He lowers his hands from the steepled pose in front of him in a smooth motion, sliding both hands into the sleeves of his robes. He crosses his arms across his chest and says, "Are you the only one? Or did the companions of Sylvan make it as well?"
I'm the only one that's made it this far.
Kilgon, give me a move silently, please.
Unmute, Rob.
What do you need from me? Sorry.
A move silently.
That's what a dex check.
Correct.
Yes.
Stealthy stealth.
Oh, you just want a stealth check? Okay, I thought it was
Yeah.
a separate thing. Okay, no problem. All right, so I am at.
Roll a knowledge check on your stealth check.
I know how to do this. I've seen Phil do it.
Right.
That's what 17.
So you try to control your wing beats as you float up the staircase, hoping to come up on the opposite side of the room as Sylvan. You come up, and as you crest the floor into the third floor chamber, you see the robed figure with its back to you, and you recognize the silhouette, the robes, the hat, the same blue glow emanating from him as the stone and the walls around you. And you remember the wizard that stood on the front steps of the mountain and welcomed you to the Emporium, wished you the best of chances at being one of the few to best the mountain and recover its treasures and your wildest desires. And you immediately recognize Orlund. You hear the last of his statement to Sylvan of, "Have any of your companions made it this far with you?" And you hear Sylvan's retort of, "I'm the only one who's made it this far." And you go to softly touch down at the top of the stairs, and you hear, almost as if someone is standing next to you, Orland's voice echo off of the stone beside you, and it whispers, "Welcome, Kilgon, from the village of Starshape. We have been awaiting your arrival."
Is Orlund, or the image of Orlund, whatever, is it corporeal?
It appears to be a solid form.
Okay. So it's just he's corporeal, but it's just the blue glow emanating from him. It's not like he's okay.
Yeah, you just see it emanating from his skin and clothing the same way you would see it emanating from the walls and the stone.
For sure.
Magically.
For sure. And this is the same blue glow that's been emanating from the Emporium from the beginning.
Correct.
Okay. Um, I'm going to let's see here. Do I have any friggin' bonuses at this point? Is it trusting? Uh, can I make a perception check? Just a general perception check.
Absolutely.
Okay. What is that? 34?
So a few things are registering to you as it settles in that you just heard this voice, but the form hasn't turned or moved or looked in your direction in any way, shape, or form. And you immediately recognize, being a spellcaster yourself and knowing that everything revolves around balance, that this is completely out of balance, that the stone, the walls, everything around you seems to be being powered by him. He seems to be the magical battery that is fueling the mountain. And then as your eyes and your your senses are dialing in and feeling in tune with this, you get hit with a gut punch of just clenching insides as that feeling from the second floor that you felt that left that bitter, vile taste in your mouth begins to overwhelm your senses. And why don't you why don't you give me another perception check, but this time do it at advantage?
Oh, I don't. As a trustum, I automatically get advantage. So I've been rolling advantage on the perception checks.
Okay.
I always have an advantage.
23?
So you're picking things apart as you're visually looking at his back, and something doesn't seem right to you. And then you look down to the stone floor at his feet and you see it. The shadow on the ground does not match the man that's standing there that would be creating it. The man you see standing in front of you is a tall human man that is fairly broad shouldered, wears these long flowing robes that basically turn his silhouette into just that, just a large obtruse silhouette. But the shadow that you see on the ground is extremely live and defined, and you can almost see in the shadow details that a shadow shouldn't have. Like as you're looking at it, you think your eye catches sight of a buckle, and then a scabbard, and then a boot, and you're like, wait, what? And you go to look closer at it, and it starts to the illusion begins to unravel the more that you peer at it and the more that you gaze into it, and you start to see it for what it is. And you see the shadow is the shadow of a lithe form in oiled, tight black leather armor, and draped from its shoulders is a half cape of black fabric, and almost anywhere that your eye falls, you can see the small, ranging from small to large hilts that protrude from hidden scabbards all over this person's body. Rapier hangs from one hip in a black scabbard, an oversized dirk from the other. And then as you raise your eyes back up to focus on Orland, the image of the wizard falls away, and you see standing in front of you this human man, probably mid 30s for your best guess, in this exquisitely tooled black leather armor, standing casually, wrists resting against the pommels of his weapons as he converses with Sylvan.
Do I know if this is still Orland or someone masquerading as him?
Give me a knowledge check. Religion.
Uh, 15?
So you didn't study the gods in detail in your village. You guys studied them, but you went over the basics. Unless it was your specific god that you were studying, you got taught the basic tenets of them. Oh, Tyr is the god of war and champions justice. Okay, that's enough on Tyr. Obad High is the god of nature and destruction. Oh, okay, that's enough on Obad High. So on and so forth throughout the pantheon. But as you're looking at this person, you can't help but feel that you've seen this exact image somewhere before. And as your comprehension dawns, your mind travels back to you being a young druid and doing your studies, and the page in front of you on the tree branch that you sat in turns, and you see this exact same image inked in miniature on the vellum page, and the word underneath it reads, "The Shadow Lord." And you recognize it to be the avatar of Mask.
Check, please.
We go back to the first floor. Phil, you set up this cook fire and begin tending to this dragon, hoping to cook it in a somewhat fast fashion so you and your companions can hopefully gain the legendary boons that come from imbibing parts of a dragon. Curzon, you're stalking the first floor looking for ways to set up formidable defenses should whatever wrought destruction upon this place decide to return. You're stopping every few minutes to offer last rites over the remains of bodies and pieces of bodies that you find. When you make your way to the back end of the room where there used to be set up all the games of chance, the dagger throw, the arm wrestle, the cards, the bones, the strength, the feats of strength, and you see a familiar form laying up against the arm wrestling table that Milton used to run. And you have to take a reserved side and offer to let your faith be guided by the tenets of Steve and know that there's a reason that this happened and you just don't know it yet, as your eyes fall over the torn and ripped body of Rianne, the barmaid, who so tenderly and lovingly cared for you guys on your visits to the Overlook.
I'm going to walk over to her and tend to her as best I can. See if I can put her to rest.
And as you close the distance to her, you know before you even kneel down next to her that the only thing you can offer her now is consoling her spirit by performing the last rite over her and speeding her soul on its way to the afterlife, because she no longer resides in this broken corporeal form in front of you.
Now I'll kneel down beside her and perform the ritual.
You go through the process of it, and you've done this rite hundreds of times, probably thousands of times. Your order requires all acolytes, before they actually take their vow, to learn and perform this rite in the monastery that you're from as one of the daily duties. It's required of you, just as it's required of you to keep the chapel in good, clean order. So you've done this right so many times that it's almost second nature to you, but it feels different this time. It, as you go through the rites, a knot forms in your stomach that just seems to tighten as you progress your way through these rites, to the point to where you're forcing the last few syllables and phrases out to keep it all together. And as you end, you pull a small handkerchief from one of the inner pockets of your cloak and you wipe it across your face. And then you reach down and you wipe some of the dried blood off of Rianne's face and smooth her hair back out of her eyes. You pick up each one of her hands, you cross them over her chest in a more relaxed and appropriate position. And as you do, you realize that you can feel a similar feeling to when you open yourself up to the divine, emanating from a small spot on the floor where you just lifted her right hand from. And as you look down, you see the emblem of Mistra, the goddess of magic that Rianne worshipped, laying there on the floor as if she was clutching it in her last moments.
I'm going to pick it up and examine it.
It is a large round disc made of mithril that is inlaid with amethyst that holds the symbol of Mistra in its center. You can feel through your gauntleted hand that it possesses some sort of magic. You're not sure what, but you can feel the energy that's housed within it.
I'm going to go ahead and put it in my pocket. Hold on to it. And then I'm going to continue on looking through the all the different people there.
Phil, you set this haunch of meat up at the right spacing and distance from the flames to cook quickly and evenly without burning or being underdone in the center. And it feels like muscle memory to you, you know, setting the position of this spit and turn and crank. And you see immediately the outside edges of the meat begin to start to bubble and the fat begins to bubble up out of this meat as it begins to cook. And your mind draws back to that time when you were with your master and you were preparing the dragon for the king and his envoys that he was entertaining. At that time, it was a brass dragon that had died of natural causes that you guys had purchased some of the meat of for this special occasion. And then you didn't really you didn't really feel any type of way about it. It was just another day of learning how to provide for the king and the king's army, as was your job. But now you feel almost a sense of remorse that this is what happens to such a majestic creature after it dies. That your mind instantly gets drawn to, is this how worms look it up?
It's deep, man. It's real deep. No, when I'm watching it, is there any like weird characteristics to it, or does it just look like it's a just a piece of flank steak?
Well, you can tell that the meat has a golden hue to it, like an
Uh-huh.
innate golden hue to it. Like it looks almost as if it's been perfectly fried when it's raw. Like it's just got that golden color to it. And as it's cooking, you can see that it darkens a little bit, but it doesn't go away. That golden hue is still there. You can still see it through the char on the outside.
Nice. Yeah, I'd think about, worms think that way about us and everything, and you know, the only difference is I doubt they sit there and reflect on it the way that I seem to be reflecting on this one. And I'll just kind of shrug it out of my mind and kind of try to take stock of my environment again with a quick little perception roll of a 23.
And you look around the room, your eye roaming from devastation to devastation. It settles on Curzon's back as you see him performing last rites on people, and you notice the corpse laid against the table in front of him, and you recognize it to be Rianne. Your heart drops a bit, but you resolve yourself to, this is what happens in war. But again, you hear, or you think you hear, something that almost has a rhythm to it, and you can't place what it is. But now that you've heard it for the second time, you clearly recognize that whatever it is has a rhythm to it. It's not a random drip or echo that you would hear when you're underground.
Interesting. So I guess while I'm sitting there, while I'm thinking that, I would have that symbol of Moradin from Rouge's corpse or whatever, and I just kind of sit there and fumble around it a little bit, looking at it next to the firelight and kind of listening to this chant and kind of trying to figure things out and watching that meet.
Give me a dexterity check, just a flat dexterity. Actually, you can use sleight of hand if you have sleight of hand.
Um, well, I don't, but I rolled a 18 and it's a 23.
You you pride yourself on the the nimbleness of your fingers. It's one of the things that you are very good at. It's it's almost ingrained in you with being able to draw and hold and knock multiple arrows. Um, but for some reason, your hands feel clumsy as you roll this large coin symbol over in your hands, and you actually lose your grip on it, and it falls to the stone floor in between your feet as you're sitting by this fire. And even though it was only a fall of a few inches, the noise it makes resonates almost in your body as much as you hear it audibly. And it doesn't sound like you dropped a coin on the floor. It sounds like a smith struck an anvil with a hammer. You look up and scan the room, and you see that Curzon heard it too and has looked in your direction.
Um,
Kilgaunt and Sylvan, you're intensely focused on this figure in the room in front of you when a jarring note audibly shakes you from your intense gaze. Again, it sounds almost as if a smith's hammer has struck an anvil, and it clearly resonates from somewhere on one of the floors below you. It's hard to tell which one.
Um, aside from that, are we still hearing the chanting, or am
You
I
don't
still
hear it
hearing?
anymore.
Okay. Um, it's just is it just one sharp note, or is it
Yes.
repeated?
Nope, just one sharp note.
Okay. Man, we really should have come up with the system of telepathy or something. If we're gonna split the party like this,
forget
is
about
is is the dark figure uh masquerading as Orland? Really? Is he still there?
Yes, the illusion of the wizard and the robes has fallen away for you because you've perceived through the illusion. So you see the human man in finely tooled black leathers standing casually. The only difference is where he was facing away from you before when he was the robed figure. He's now facing directly at you as the man in boiled leathers.
Okay. Um, does he see me? Is he looking directly at me?
Yeah, it's pretty clear to you that from where his gaze is fixated, he clearly sees you.
Okay.
I mean, you're a flying cat. Kind of hard to miss.
Nah, I'm pretty sure I touched down at this point. Um, yeah. And being who he is, yeah, okay. Um, do I? How much do I remember about the Shadow Lord from what I learned?
Give me that same knowledge religion check.
Okay. 28.
You remember him to be the god of shadows and thieves, and to be not, for lack of a better way to put it, to for him his worship to be very similar to druidic style worship, where he doesn't have temples and clergymen and things like that. His chapel is the world. back alleys and bar rooms and docks of ports and, anywhere where shadows convene, you'll find the worshippers of Mass. You know that from everything that your people knew and preached, that he's the god of thieves. What more is there to know? You can't trust him. Don't deal with him. He's going to do something to fuck you over and make it a lucrative deal for him, and you're going to lose something in the process. So don't don't deal with him.
And this has been Orland the whole time, right? Orland is just a mask.
Nobody knows, bro.
Okay, for sure. Um,
Why don't you ask him?
Shut up, Phil. Um, okay. So I think it's pretty obvious he's staring at me. So I'm just gonna wild shape back and watch his reaction. Um, yeah.
A smile turns the corners of his mouth as you resume your natural form, and you hear it again, except this time it emanates from the point across the room where he's standing instead of out of the stone beside you. A pleasure for us to hold the audience in our natural forms.
Sylvan is still in the room.
Yeah, you can see him past Mask on the other side of the room at the top of the other staircase.
Okay, and okay. Um, do I have any way of telling if he sees what I see or if he's still seeing just the Orland illusion?
No, you don't have a way of knowing what
Okay.
it is.
For sure. Um, okay. Pleasure to make your revered acquaintance.
Sylvan, the robed figure at the center of the room, almost extensively looks directly at you. It seems the rest of your party is slowly catching up. And his hands come out of his robes and come apart into a diamond and then spread apart. And you hear audibly emanating from the stone at your feet Orland's voice. Adventurers, welcome back to the Overlook. Please join your companions. Let us have dialogue and dine one final time together. Bill Curzon, you hear this emanating from the stone floor above you, like directly that first set of stone floor, like it's emanating from the ceiling of the first floor.
I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna look back down at the symbol that I was in the middle of trying to pick back up, and I'm gonna say, "Okay." So I'm gonna grab it and maybe throw it at something later. That sounded like it might hurt. And then so I'm gonna pick it back up, and I'm gonna hear that, and I'm gonna say, "Oh shit, someone's gonna be coming." So I'm gonna try to, you know, get back to attending to my meat real quick. Shaking his head, but he can't wait to try it. He's the one that wound up disturbing people.
I don't want to try attending to your meat.
You're gonna.
Curzon, what about you?
I probably gonna continue to do what I'm doing, going around doing last rites and stuff.
Say that again. You're real quiet.
I'm probably gonna continue giving people last rites, but I'm also gonna be ready, like be on guard. I'm gonna keep a watch on Phil, and if he moves or disappears, I'm heading upstairs with the rest of them.
Give me, call this percentile, Curzon.
High or low or
Yeah.
number?
Yep. Just call it high or low.
High.
So you go over to the next corpse, looking back at Phil as you go to start into the last rites again, and you feel a familiar sensation as you open yourself up to the divine, as you would normally do as you're preparing the last rites. But instantly, you know the divine touch you feel is not the familiar touch of Steve. And that gold glow that you were so accustomed to seeing with the hourglass at the end of each adventure and trial in the Overlook begins to suffuse your corporeal form, and you feel it emanating out of your pores. Phil, across the room, you see Curzon begin to glow gold, and then all of a sudden, he vanishes. Curzon, it's a blink of an eye for you, but you know it instantly for what it is, and you know that you've just experienced magical travel. And you immediately shake it off and go to start regaining your senses and your composure. And Kilgant, you are almost thrown off by the immediate appearance of Curzon just a few feet to your left as he appears on the floor next to you, almost within arm's reach. Curzon, the opening vista in front of you begins to shock and awe you from everything that your eyes catch. The few remaining corpses that are scattered around the room to the figure that stands in front of you. You see it almost in a blurred back and forth image. 1 second, one heartbeat, you see the robed figure of Orland, the wizard who welcomed you into the mountain, standing there with his arms folded, hands tucked into the sleeves of his robes. But then instantly it flashes, and you see a human man in finely tooled black leather with scabbarded and hidden blades protruding from every possible point on his body, and a satin black half cape hanging from his shoulders. And you're initially confused as to what is happening, but then you start to come around, your consciousness catches up, and the illusion begins to fall away, and you see it for what it is in front of you. Go ahead and give me a knowledge religion roll with advantage.
24.
You immediately recognize the figure standing in the center of the room in front of you as the Shadow Lord, or one of the avatars wearing his persona.
Do I see Kilgot and uh,
Keelgaunt's just a step to your right, right at the top of the staircase. As you catch eye with him, you see that the staircase continues and is intact back down to the second floor, and you can see little bits of devastation laying around on the second floor from the angle you're at. And as you look at the Shadow Lord, You can see past him, Sylvan stands at the top of the other staircase.
I'm going to tell the others to stay back because he is not who he appears.
Okay.
And I'm also going to tell them that he is, in fact, a Shadow Lord.
Okay.
Muted Kilgon.
Aye, that much is obvious.
Phil, Curzon disappears before your eyes in that same familiar fashion as if he had touched an hourglass at the end of an adventure. And just as you come to terms with, oh shit, was that what I think it was? You feel a lightness inside you, and you see your hands holding this coin as they begin to glow golden, and you feel the instantaneous pull of magical travel. You begin to shake off the after effects of it and immediately come on guard to find yourself standing just to Sylvan's right, a step further into the third floor level of the overlook. The room opens up, your eyes begin taking in the nuances of the environment, but are immediately drawn to the figure in the center of the room. Give me a perception check.
16.
This human, old, wizened mage stands there with his arms folded across in front of him and welcomes you in a friendly tone and manner. Welcome, Phil, the super archer, back to the Overlook. You immediately recognize him as the wizard who opened up the front door of the mountain for you what feels like years ago.
I still have the coin in my hands,
Correct.
but no dragon meat.
No, it's on the fire downstairs.
With my amazingly high perception roll at 16, um, do does anything feel slightly off about it to me? Like, do I notice? I'm not a religious person. I'm not a magically inclined person. Does it, with that perception roll, would I start to question that, or would I be like, oh shit, is this the Orland guy?
Well, your mind immediately registers it as Orlund.
Right.
This is the guy who opened up the door for us. Maybe, and then you begin to spiral along that track. Is this the end? Is he the final thing for us to have to deal with in this mountain? Is this how we get out again? What, did he do this to the Overlook? Was the
Right.
Overlook this way the whole time? Like, what happened? And you hear Curzon's voice as he shouts out, "Beware! He is not what he appears. He is the Shadow Lord."
How far am I in the? I'm not in the same room with the. Or yeah, I'm next
Yeah,
to Sylvan.
you're right. He's standing just
So
to your
he's the
left, a
same
couple ways.
So the image is the same distance away from all of us, pretty
Yes,
much.
it's equal distance from both of you. He's standing in the center of the room. The room is about 100 feet in diameter, and the two staircases come up the opposing walls. So you guys come up right at the same point, and he's standing right in the center of the room.
Is the room well lit, or is it the same dungeon blue?
You see the blue emanating from the stone, but there are ever burning torches that hang every 20 feet or so around the circular room on the walls.
So it's not exactly low light.
Right.
Okay.
This is the training field. This is usually where people are
Are
engaged in
fighting.
sparring and things like that, so they keep it pretty well lit.
Well, I'd probably slip that coin in a pocket or something that's right there. And I would probably try to hide
Okay,
because that's what I do.
go right ahead.
How about a 23 stealth check?
Very good.
Okay, so that's my
Sylvan,
attempt.
give me another perception check, but this time at advantage because of what you just heard Curzon shout.
That is a 21.
The layers of the illusion begin to crack along the edges and fall away almost before your eyes. And first, the blue glow kind of diminishes from around him, then the silhouette shape of the hat and the voluminous sleeve robes disappears, and you see this extremely fit 30-something-year-old man standing there in this extremely well-made black leather armor that is almost, it looks to be as if it's some shade of black you've never seen, almost as if it draws the eye deeper into it. And he smiles broadly and says, "A pleasure, Sylvan."
Said that you wanted to speak. Now speak. We're all here.
So formal of an exchange. Please, please, let us be at ease, friends, for I have not brought you here to harm you. And he inclines his left hand up at the elbow, and the ever burning torches in the room dim, and the shadows that culminate in the corners where the walls meet the floor come out into the center of the floor and pull up from the floor, forming themselves into a set of large, overstuffed chairs surrounding a table that holds 5 black glass goblets and a decanter full of a deep purple colored liquid. Please join me for a drink. And he waves his right hand, and one of the chairs pulls itself away from the table, and he lowers himself into it.
Um, I'm gonna say we pause right there for 1 second. I'm gonna have to stop the stream, and I don't know if that'll stop the recording, so I don't want to lose any footage. If you guys want to hold on for 1 second, my internet
Yeah,
is
no problem.
tanking, so I'm gonna stop the stream and we'll just do the recording separately. One second.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, we'll just
You
take
guys
a
just wanted to
break real quick.
take a short break. What we talking about?
Yeah.
5 minutes
Yep,
Yeah,
for
5
sure.
10 minutes is fine.
for sure.
Cuckoo.
me unmute you guys. All right, we're back again on the recording, so we're good to go.
So the party has just been offered the opportunity for the three of you to sit down to dine with Mask and for Phil to sit down and dine with Orland.
Sylvan has a
Oh, so
little.
the guy still looks like Orland to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sylvan doesn't. How do I explain this? Sylvan has a little bit of shadow magic. Some of his College of Whispers stuff allows him to like slightly manipulate shadows here and there. So he's somewhat comfortable. Like he's not comfortable with this situation, but he's somewhat comfortable with like the manipulation of shadow and stuff. I think he'll approach and pick a seat, probably maybe across from Mask. Um, but he is not
And
going to take part in any of the food.
almost as your mental focus settles on that chair, it slides back away from the table.
Sylvan will take his seat.
I am going to cautiously approach the table. You said it's a long table with the seats around it, and is he
It's
sitting?
a round table.
Oh, okay, it's
and
a round
there are big overstuffed chairs that are all around it.
Okay. And Silbert is seated across from him.
Directly across from Max.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna take the chair to Silban's left.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull it out and hop up in it. Whatever.
As you're walking up to it, it slides back away from the table. You climb up into it and find yourself a comfortable spot.
All right. I'm just gonna look to the other two who are still standing because we're not aware that Phil is still seeing Orland, right?
Correct.
Okay.
You don't even see Phil.
True.
Well, I
Phil
don't know.
got scared and did a hide check.
Can you break a 27 perception?
No, I'm saying that Rob can't see Phil.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, I
Can
can.
he break a 27%? Not you, him.
Oh.
He's got to see you.
Oh, correct. Yeah,
I probably could.
let's do it. You hold the rest of my beer.
I mean, I'll make that perception check. Let's see here. I really hope this doesn't waste that 20. Holy shit! Sorry. So
Nat
yeah,
one.
that's a nat 20 with my plus 10 proficient plus 10. So
Well,
yeah, it's a 30.
Oh my god.
So, for the first time since you have grouped up with these other adventurers walking into the mountain, you physically catch sight of Phil. It's not a mind trick. You don't see a shadow and then it's gone. Like it's there. You see him.
No, it's me, and I have a look on my face like, oh my god, what's going on? And it's the first and only time you'll ever see that. That's my I'm hiding face.
I'm
Like,
just
oh my god.
I'm kind of looking at the Shadow Lord, and I'm looking at Sylvan, and I look over, I see Curzon, and I look, and Phil just kind of appears, and I'm just like, I just start chuckling.
Sorry for you.
Curzon, Phil, what do you do?
I'm gonna have a seat.
So you approach the table, and as you settle on the chair that you're going to occupy, it actually swells in size to accommodate you as it slides back away from the table. And you find yourself seated at Mask's left hand, leaving the only open chair, Phil, to be the one at Mask's right hand.
Inwardly, I'm praying to Steve.
Um,
The rest of the party sits uncomfortably around the table, Orlund reclining in a chair directly across from Sylvan.
I'm so the only person that can see me is Keelgon, and everybody hears Phil's voice saying, "Can you? I'll sit down, but can you teleport my food up here, or can I go get it? I'm kind of hungry, and I'm nervous, and I want to eat when I'm nervous."
And Orland's head turns to the spot where you're standing, and he makes an upward sweeping motion with his hand, and you see the haunch of meat, the spit that it's on, the turnstile, and the fire itself all just come up through the floor. The stone actually opens up and it comes up onto the third floor, and then the floor closes underneath it, and it sits just a few feet away from the table.
Okay, so I'll kind of cautiously, walk over there and check it. If it's good, I'm gonna grab it and sit down.
You could slice off probably the outside half inch all the way around, and it'd be fine for you.
Okay, so I'm gonna potato peel it. Okay.
Can we go back to that
All right.
time when I
That's the
couldn't
sound
see
of-
you, so I don't have to watch you eat?
It's the sound of
Okay.
Phil's dinner coming up through the floor.
Yeah.
Apparently, my washer just decided it wanted to take a walk down the block.
Is your washer running? You better go catch it.
Yeah, apparently. But it decided last minute that that was too far to travel.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna peel that potato and I'm gonna sit down, munch.
So the four of you recline into these luxurious chairs that almost cradle you. And Orlund looks around the table, seeing the still glossy tint to Phil's eyes. He willfully dismisses the illusion. Phil, give me a reflex saving throw.
One second, I was stirring the bowl. Reflex. That's just a dex with or without. What's it called? Proficiency. Just
Oh,
straight,
yeah, it's just a dexterity save.
straight dex. That's gonna be a 20.
And you almost fall out of this over large chair. You actually grab the arms of it and steady yourself as the image of this wizened old wizard falls away, and you find yourself seated at the right hand of a man in his mid 30s in exquisitely tooled black leather armor with handles of blades protruding from every possible angle. There, now we can all be on equal footing. I am fortuitously surprised to see the four of you here. Let me be the first to congratulate you on making it to the end of the Emporium. But as so many tellers, seers, scribes, and sages have foretold before, one adventure ends and another begins. Welcome to the final adventure. You've had a long, entertaining, some would say overall successful career through the mountain. Let's say we take a look back at some of your adventures thus far. And you see the shadows along the ceiling all coalesce into the center and then drop down and form themselves into a circle hanging from the ceiling. And the image in the very center of it gets darker for a split second, but then gets lighter and lighter and begins to reveal itself as you see hundreds of people of every race and faith and devotion and experience lined up outside of the front doors of the Emporium. You see the image of Orlund orating in front of this group, and you see the doors of the mountain slowly open behind him. The image swirls again, and you see you guys have formed yourselves into a party and have taken on the first level of the Emporium. And as it unfolds in front of you, your mind folds back to that time and you remember entangling with the quicklings and the bite and sting that their little daggers and swords possessed. You remember making your way through the underground levels, chasing down the turkeys, as Phil so eloquently named them. You remember coming into contact again with the ankle breakers, the brigade of halflings led by the dwarf Omar Steel Shadow. And you remember their valiant last stand with you before you found yourselves fleeing into the citadel of the Lich. You see all of the instances and memories come flooding back through you as rapidly as possible for your brain to perceive. You watch the death of JC as he's pulled through the wall and snatched off and run away with, finding nothing but bloody rags of his corpse. You feel the pang of watching the brigade die in its valiant attempt to stem the tide and give you guys time to get inside the Lich's lair. All these memories come flooding back to you, along with the fond memories of the times you shared here in the Overlook, dining on fine cuisine, resting in feather beds, receiving the kindness and love that only Rior's Rian could provide. And it all culminates to the moments that have just lapsed through into present time, watching you guys dispatch the Lich and carry his phylactery out of the underground citadel with you, finding the Overlook in its destroyed fashion, battling Riorge's possessed body and laying them all to rest, to finally sitting down to refreshments on behest of the Shadow Lord. And the shadows begin to slowly dissipate back into the ceiling. And Mask looks down from the point where they receded to, taking each of your eye in turn, and says, I'll be candid with you, gentlemen. I did not expect you to make it this far. I guess congratulations are in order.
What comes next?
That all depends on you. For you see, no one has ever left the Emporium. No one is ever intended to leave. So I offer you a choice, the same as I offer you a drink. And as he finishes the word drink, the decanter floats off of the table, and the 5 goblets spread out around the table, and it floats over each one of them, pouring this purplish liquid into each glass. The choice is simple. Join me. Make the Emporium your home. I will empower each one of you with a small spark of my divinity, and you will become the final challenge for anyone else attempting to tackle the Emporium from here.
Sylvan's going to grab the goblet that was just filled, uh, bring it up to his face and kind of swirl it a bit, give it a smell, and he looks as though he's about to drink it. And then he just starts laughing and puts the goblet back down and says, I made my choice when I entered. Now, my choice was to leave with a story and fame and glory. I don't plan to go back on my choice. What about the rest of you? You all have reason to be here. Does your reason take you back out of the mountain, or does it leave you here to rot in the shadows?
What if we refuse?
Well, that is the other half of the offer presented you. Decline the offer, decline the drink, and you unwillingly will become part of the Emporium.
Sylvan dumps that goblet out, puts the empty goblet upside down on the table.
Give me a Constitution save.
That's a 4.
The first drops of liquid strike the stone floor next to Sylvan's chair, and almost in response, the stone underneath his chair begins to melt away. The shadows that so comfortably cradled him an instant before dissipate as thin smoke, and Sylvan drops through the floor.
Depending on how far I'm falling, I may want to use my reaction to cast Featherfall.
Well, you know that each level of the overlook up to the third floor has a ceiling of about 35 to 40 feet between each one. You know that above the third floor is just all the rooms that people booked in, and the little gathering parlors if you wanted a private area that wasn't in the tavern itself. So your natural inclination is to say that you've probably got about a 40-foot drop underneath you if you just melted through this floor.
I think I think that Sylvan probably would cast it anyways, expecting that something else is coming, and he wants to keep himself aware and alert to whatever else might happen. So hopefully, to just be able to cast that, kind of float to the floor.
Okay. The rest of you see Sylvan drop through the floor, and almost as quickly as it dissipated, the stone floor reassembles itself, and Mask casually looks across and around the table and says, "Consider your decisions wisely, for the offer will not come a second time."
I take a big. Well, I've been constantly, eating on this dragon meat, and watched my colleague drop through the floor. Um, so I'm gonna lean back in my chair with my foot kind of on the table, eating my jerky, and I'm just gonna kick that cup towards Mask with my other foot
How tall
in
is Phil?
protest. How tall is Phil?
Yes.
Phil is he's average height for a man. He's about 5'10", 6 foot.
So it would be hard for anyone else. How many pieces of this dragon would you say you've consumed since sitting down?
Um, as so it's we've been sitting down what like 3-4 minutes or so.
Yeah, probably somewhere around there.
I could say I probably in 3 or 4 minutes could easily eat minimum half a pound to a pound of this.
Oh yeah, I mean you've probably got almost 2 pounds of it on this plate just from thinly slicing off the outside edge of the shank of meat. But what
Yeah.
was the speed at which you were eating?
Um, I would say like I was just sitting there. I probably took a bite every 5 seconds, 6 seconds or so.
So we'll safely
Took a
say
bite,
that you consumed
chewed a
a
few times.
dozen of these little strips of meat off of this thing.
Sure.
It would be
Like
hard for
back,
anybody else to tell because of you being seated in this chair, but you recognize it as you send your foot out to kick this cup. It almost seems as if the cup was closer than you expected it to be.
hmm.
And it goes skittering across the table, liquid spilling out of it in Mask's direction, like it's going to roll off the table and into his lap. And at the last second, as the liquid would have cascaded over the edge, you see it pull itself all back up into the cup, and the cup rights itself in the center of the table. And Mask looks across the table and says, "A wasted endeavor, as I perceived." And the shadows dissipate out from underneath everybody. Everybody, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Hold on to your butts.
Sylvan, you drop through the floor and find yourself on the other side of the ceiling, reactively going through the motions of casting the Featherfall spell upon yourself. You c- control your descent and begin slowly drifting down into the second level of the Emporium. And as you're slowly drifting down towards the floor, you're looking around the room and you can see every one of these shriveled, desiccated husks of people that used to be in this room have now begun to swell and reinflate.
Of course they did. I got a 24 dex throw, by the way.
You're muted, Kilgot.
16 here.
Okay. Can I use my reaction to activate Flash of Genius to give everybody +3 to the save?
Sure.
Okay, let's do that. And then
27 then.
let's see here. Make sure I'm not missing anything. $23.
So, Kilgot, Phil, you both pull your feet in underneath you quick enough to regain your balance. Curzon, it's a little bit harder for you with the tail and all. You pretty much catch yourself, but one of your legs gets trapped underneath you, so you find yourself like in a one knee position. Everybody go ahead and roll initiative.
Here we go, boys. It's time.
Chill. My initiative is 9.
Oh,
I got a dirty 20.
Hell yeah.
I'll take it dirty.
I'll be the last one. Wait for everyone to move and then stick it to them. And then run
20.
away.
I got a 23.
14.
all right. So, the order of operations is going to be Kilgot, Curzon, Sylvan, Phil. To start it all off, the Shadow Lord and the chair that he resides in slowly sinks into the floor along with the table. His voice emanates from the same spot as if he was still sitting in that chair. So you have chosen death. And then you all, everybody, even Sylvan on the second floor, begin to hear the sounds of boots as the denizens of the second and third floor begin to stand up off of the floor and move around the room. Kilgot, you're up first. You're immediately hit with that acidic, bitter taste and stench that you know to be necrotic energy. And it strikes even more ostentatiously wrong with you because from what you know of the Shadow Lord, he doesn't really deal in necromancy. That's not really his gig from what you knew of the teachings of him. So even more so, it doesn't seem right to you.
So,
Immediately your attention is drawn to these probably dozen, maybe 15 corpses that were littered around the third floor training area as they all begin to swell back to their original shape and stand up. Go ahead and call this percentage dice.
I'm sorry, what?
Call this percentage dice, high or low.
Hi.
With an 81, you are correct, and your eye is drawn immediately to a figure that you've never quite seen before, but for some reason strikes a chord in that inner fiber of you that so aligns with the balance as you see this turtle stand up from behind one of the training dummies and flex itself out, and where there should be a set of eyes on this thing, you can see two glowing black pitch dark circles as it begins to walk its way out from behind the training dummy.
Okay. Um, where? Okay. Obviously, I'm focused on the one, but where am I in proximity to all the other?
You're in the
creatures
center of the
around me?
room. You're right in the dead center of it is where the seated table was that vanished out from underneath you guys. And around the outside perimeter of the room, excluding the two spots where the stairs come up through, are spaced out training dummies and archer pads and things like that. And this room is probably about 100, maybe 120 feet in diameter. Hold on.
It's all the dead bodies coming back to life.
Yeah, the ruckus begins to just cause a cacophony of sounds throughout the room. But this specific turtle is probably about 30, 35 feet from you, and it's walking out from behind one of these training dummies towards the center of the room.
Okay. Um, I am going to. Okay, I'm gonna pull out my moon sickle and just wave it over my head, and I'm gonna cast moonbeam centered
Okay.
on the turtle. I need a con save, DC 20.
I'm gonna pull out my moon sickle.
Yep.
He saves.
Okay. So let me find my friggin' D10.
What does Moonbeam do by definition?
It's 10-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder centered on a point within range. Until the spell ends, it lasts up to 1 minute. It's a concentration spell. When a creature enters the spell's area for the first time or starts its turn there, it's engulfed in ghostly flames that cause searing pain. It must make a Constitution saving throw. Takes 2d10 radiant damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one.
Gotcha.
Shape changers make it at disadvantage. On each of your turns after you cast a spell, you can use an action to move the beam 60 feet in any direction. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just casting this at level 2, but damage increases if I cast it higher. But
Okay.
let's see here. So 7 radiant damage.
Gotcha.
and I'm just gonna hold the moonbeam there for a minute, just in case I need to move it. Um, Other than that, um, yeah, I'm just gonna kind of, I'm gonna use my bonus action to pull out my floating shield and have
Okay.
it revolve around me.
All right. Curzon. You
Yes.
see these, what you thought were corpses that littered the room, begin to climb up to their feet. The thing that strikes you the most awkwardly, though, is they don't move like undead that you've seen before. There's no jerking or halting to their movements. They seem to be moving as if a normal person would, as these 12 or maybe 15 different people stand up from around the room. Give me a high or low for this percentage.
Low.
You are correct with a 29 as you lock eyes with a familiar face, and it happens to be Tenement, the guy who ran the third floor sparring area for the Overlook. You recognize the pale skin of his moon elf features peeking out from underneath the nose guard of this polished steel helmet as he stands and turns from facing the training dummy to facing you in the center of the room and conveniently and expertly spins this blade, this silver longsword, around in an X in front of him and pulls his shield tighter in and begins stalking across the floor towards you.
I'm going to cast Shield of Faith.
Okay.
So, which will give me a +2 bonus to my AC for the next 10 minutes. I'm doing that as a bonus action.
Okay.
And then I am going to cast Spiritual Weapon. Oh, wait, no, I can't do that. Well, I could, it would just be my action. Okay, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast it at level 2.
All right. And what is this weapon that you summon from the armories of Steve appear as?
As I am holding my Fist of Steve, it appears as the Fist of Steve, because it always appears as the weapon I'm currently holding.
So it's just this big, glowing, radiant. What do you have, like a maul?
Yeah, it's like a big hammer
Isn't that
with a
is
fist on the end of it.
didn't we use the stats for a maul,
I
or
think
did
we,
you use the stats for a hammer?
I think we did hammer.
Okay, so it just appears as a larger version of the one that you're holding, and it appears in a square adjacent to you.
And then I think that's it. I think I'm out of moves for right now.
You want to use the rest of your movement to fully stand up?
Yes, I'm going to get all the way up to my feet
Okay.
and have my weapon and shield at the ready.
All right. Sylvan, that brings us to you. You slowly control your descent to the floor through the means of the feather fall, your eyes scanning the room as you see these individual shapes begin to reinflate and stand up around the room, your eye bouncing from spot to spot. The first one that catches your eye is the white drag or the black dragonborn merchant that dealt in magical items as you see his head slowly begin to rise off of his chest. You peer around the room, taking in the entire scene as quickly as possible, your eyes dancing from spot to spot, registering movement here and there. But as you look around, you look down directly below you to see where you're going to descend to, and you see a black disc on the floor as it slides across the floor from one spot towards the center of the room, beginning to take shape as a two-legged man begins to walk from the shadows out of the stone in the middle of the floor. You hear the Shadow Lord's voice echo throughout the chamber. You should have taken the deal. And I'm going to need you to, let's see. Actually, I'm not. As you slowly descend, you see directly above you a cloud of shadow forms between you and the ceiling, and you can hear the crackle of arcane energy emanate from inside of the cloud as it makes the hair on your arms and the back of your neck stand on end. That brings us to you.
Is this just a shadow that I see, or am I seeing this actual what I think is Mask?
You're seeing the same thing that you saw sitting in the chair in the room above.
Okay then. I uh Stilbin is going to do something, but I need to double check something as well because I forgot what spells I can cast with this thing. Um, I think Sylvan is going to look towards the shadow. Um, he is going to point a finger at the shadow of Mask, and begin whispering. The rest of you probably hear the whispers start to build and like echo off the walls, and you just hear this cacophony of whispers. Um, but you can't discern anything. But Mask just keeps hearing someone repeat over and over and over. I will never choose to stay here. It's never my choice to stay here. I chose to leave. Just whispered over and over and over and over. And I'm gonna cast Dissonant Whispers towards him.
Okay.
Needs to make a Wisdom save.
What's the DC?
18.
He makes it.
Okay. Failed save. Blah blah blah. Successful save. The target takes half damage. Okay, so it's gonna take half of this. That's unfortunate. It's 9 total. So
Okay.
4 or 5, depending on if you round up or down.
Anything else?
And then, um, Sylvan is going to draw his rapier and look towards Bill. kind of like motion towards Phil with his rapier. I believe it's your time to shine. See if you
Phil's
can.
on the floor above you.
Oh, I thought he came down too. Thought everyone came down.
No, the rest of them are still on the third floor.
Oh, well then retract that. That Sylvan doesn't do anything else but pull the rapier.
Phil, you catch yourself as this shadow chair dissipates from underneath you, regaining your footing. Just as your companions did, you begin to scan the room, seeing the movement of these people. You use the term loosely as they begin to stand up from around the room. Call it for me, Phil, high or low?
I'll go with the highs, man.
69.
Woo!
You look around the room, trying to assess the battlefield, looking for things you can use to your advantage now that all these obstacles, these shadow chairs and tables have vanished and left you feeling so exposed. But almost rapidly after that, your eyes are drawn to this figure that stands about 20 paces or so away from you, squared off against one of these training dummies as it slowly begins to turn and revolve in your direction, shining steel plate armor gleaming, covering and encasing this form as the elf slowly turns and looks at you. Drawing a hand and a half bastard sword from his back and shifting the large steel shield it carries in its offhand to a more comfortable position in front of it. For some reason, that symbol that's emblazoned on the shield, for some reason, looks familiar to you. And as your mind draws back through the pathways of your memory, you recognize it. You remember you saw this guy on the foothills of the mountain when you were waiting to gain entrance to the Emporium. He was with another group of adventurers. There was another guy with him that was in similar shining plate mail, and they had a fierce looking large barbarian friend with them. And you remember seeing for the first time one of those turtles that you haven't seen since you used to be on the ship. You recognize him as another adventurer that sought fame and fortune in the Emporium. And he locks eyes with you, or what would be eyes, which are shadowy pits in his face. And he reaches up and slams the visor of his helmet down and begins walking across the floor towards you.
He really doesn't have to do all that. It's fine. He can go the other way if he wants to. Um, so I guess the only thing that I can do is shoot a bunch of arrows at him. That's it.
Okay.
Because I mean he's so my first question before I do that though, um Mask is just disappeared now, right?
Correct.
We don't see him. So
Yeah, he dissipated along with all the shadow furniture.
and And just to double verify, we're on the same third floor and Silbin's on the second floor.
Correct.
Okay.
You and Keelgaunt and Curzon are all on the third floor. And for sake of knowledge sake, there's about 12 to 15 people that were corpses that were in this room that have all come back to life at various points around the room.
Okay. So, seeing as how I ate a whole bunch of that gold dragon meat, and I noticed that I noticed that the table felt closer than it should be. When I take my bow in my hand, because my bow is a dragon wing bow and it was from a gold dragon, do I feel something cool with that? Like, let me roll a perception check on that. Maybe it'll make me feel stronger with my bow. So that'd be like a 21 perception.
You notice that if you were 5'10", you're now 6'1". If
Okay.
you were 6 foot, you're now 6'3", pushing 6'4". You notice that the bow and all of your other possessions seem to have sized themselves with you through the change. So you know this bow pretty intimately. You've carried it for a long time. You can tell just by holding it in your hand that it's larger, heavier, and more substantial than it was before.
Yeah.
It felt before like a bow in your hand. Now it feels like you could probably swing this thing with the impact of a fucking quarterstaff.
Nah. Cray.
Also, roll me a d12, please.
1d12. 4.
You gain an additional 40 temporary hit points.
Oh, hell yeah.
You don't know what it is, you just feel a surge of vitality in you. I'm as healthy as an ox.
It's dope. Puts me to 233, son. Woo! All right, so I feel a little bit bigger, a little bit more, secure with myself. So, that dude's coming this way now, and I'm just gonna attack him.
Okay.
How far away is he?
Probably about 30 feet, 35 feet. You're in the center of the room. He's in the last 5 or 10 feet before the wall. Room's only 100 feet in diameter, so.
True. My first shot, I'll do my little sharpshooter shot, which is, I'll -5 off my attack roll, and then that adds 10 damage if I succeed. So we'll go with that. Ooh, yeah. 20, 30, 32 to hit.
That hits.
Oh, wait, -5. So that's what, 27?
27. Still hits.
Okay. 2 plus 6 is 8. Plus 10 is 18. Plus 18 plus 1 radiant damage
Okay.
for that first shot. Second. My next 3 shots will just be regular, so I'm just going to roll them all right now. So I got 28, 18, and like another 31.
Okay.
Do
So
all
2 out of the last 3 hit.
2 of them. Okay, the 18 missed.
Yeah, the 18 doesn't hit.
10-4. Let me grab my other D10. be 6, 12, 19, 25, 25, and 7 radiant damage.
So, similar to most of your engagements, you approached it with the same ideology and the same muscle memory. Almost before the first impact, the last arrows leaving your bow. And the first two strike in, lodging themselves in this large steel shield. And the guy brings the sword across, trying to snap the arrows off in the shield. And that causes him to deflect your third shot. And then the fourth shot actually sticks itself in his forearm that holds the sword as he sweeps across. And he lets out a grunt in exclamation in response to it and just growls and continues his forward momentum.
Um, I'd like to make a stealth roll and make a move action.
Okay.
Ah. 36 for a stealth roll.
That is
Jesus.
super stealthy.
That's never going to get old to me. It's crazy.
Okay.
And I would
And
like to.
then you can move, whatever your movement speed is. You haven't really done anything except catch yourself from falling out of that chair.
I want to move as far as I can, and as safely as I can away from the dude that's trying to chase me down.
Okay. Well, as you look around the room, like I said, you can see there's 14 or so more people coming into the encounter. A few of them have started making their way towards Curzon. A few of them have started making their way towards Keelgaunt, and a few of them have started making their way towards you. So as you look around the room, you can see that as you're dipping off to the side and attempting to hide, you can see that there are 3 or 4 other people that were walking this way from other points around the room. They all are kind of looking back and forth for you. So you can use whatever your movement speed is. You can move, we'll say 2/3 of that, because you're going to have to try to maneuver around somebody.
Okay. So what I want to do then is kind of, if I'm looking at the guy that's chasing me, I kind of want to go to my left, maybe sneak around a guy, and then kind of be off over to the left a little bit.
That would put you back over towards the side of the room of the staircase that you came up, that you were standing next to Sylvan.
Even better.
Okay. Anything else you want to do with your turn?
No, sir.
All right. That brings us back to the top of the round. The ever burning torches on the wall darken even more as light is pulled out of the room. The blue glow from the stone softly illuminates it, giving everybody the equivalent of low light. And as the room settles into its new illumination, a shadowy figure steps away from the wall, hands raised, palms open. He slowly claps into the room, and a cloud of sharp steel daggers sprays out in a fan across the room, zipping across the room, shredding people as it goes. We're going to give each one of you a chance for this. So, Phil, you call it first, high or low.
I'm gonna say high again.
$51. Okay. So you are going to take 14 points of necrotic damage as you feel some of that vitality begin to be sucked out of you. But you quickly steal your resolve and shake it off. Kilgon, high or low? You're muted.
Hi.
5. And you are going to take 30 points of necrotic damage as you feel some of your life force begin to be pulled out of you. Curzon, high or low?
Low.
17. You're going to take 14 points of necrotic damage.
Would that be with my necrotic resistance?
No, this is just what you would take. So if you have resistance or something that negates damage or anything like that, go ahead and apply it to whatever number I give you.
Okay.
And then it's going to be the rest of them that go. So we'll start with let's say Phil. One, two, 4. I just rolled 4d20, Phil, for your 4 assailants to spot you on your hide check. And it is 15, 17, 18, and 19. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you that all 4 of these people, or what were these people, seem to be honed in on your location. And they're closing the distance to the staircase where they believe you to be. One of them, a halfling in a leather jerkin, swings a sling around and sends a bullet sailing off in your direction. And it cracks off of the stone banister right next to your head as you're trying to dip off to the side.
Are you rolling these at disadvantage because of my Cloak of Elvenkind?
Yes.
Poop.
And that's going to bring us to Kilgon. So you look across the room as this cloud of shadow and black steel races across the room, ripping into everybody. And you see it tear across, leaving slashes on your exposed skin, actually renting some of your clothing in the process. And you see it go out towards the outside wall of the room, and it actually rips across this turtle as well, shredding its natural exoskeleton and some of the clothing it wears. But you see that it bounces back on its heels, takes a firm stance, and then lunges forward towards you in an almost too fast for your eye to grab motion. So I'm gonna roll everybody, since you all have about 4 or 5 people that are gonna hit or attempt to hit you. I'm gonna roll everybody's die at once to see if it hits you. And I just rolled 5d20, and the highest number I rolled was 11. So I'm gonna safely say that you're well aware of the situation. And I'm sorry, what did you wild shape into? Or you didn't wild shape yet, right? You just
No.
cast your moonbeam and then
Yeah.
ready your shield.
Yep.
That action of readying the shield is actually what stops this frontal attack from this turtle. The rest of the people all just kind of started lunging towards you and coming in and closing the distance. But this turtle was faster than you expected him to be. Like in an instant, he closed the distance on you and had three rapid strikes out, ringing them off of this animated shield as it swooped down in front of you, blocking attacks here and there. And that brings us to Curzon. So you've got 5 of them approaching you. And I just did it again with the highest one being an 11. So the crowd closes in the circle of the room, bringing what used to be 100-foot diameter into about a 40-foot diameter on the side that you two are on. The other side is pushed up against the wall because of Phil's motion. But they close in on you, striking here and there, left and right. Your spiritual weapon, the shield, and the fist of Steve that you carry, dancing across in front of you in a furious flow, just ringing sheets of steel off one side and another. That brings us back to the top of the initiative order. So, Kielgant, I believe you were the one starting it off.
Okay, so the shield stopped the turtle, but are they closing in on me? Like
Correct.
how?
Like it's a half circle that's closing in towards where you and Curzon were seated and now are staying. And then Phil was seated around the other side of the table, but he has run off towards the wall. So it's just this side of the room that has closed in towards the two of you.
I don't really like the way you say run off like that.
Hey,
I'm doing
just
that
saying.
too, okay? Just saying.
If somebody runs and hides for what 18 sessions, I'm gonna say they ran off.
Okay, that's fair. I've done the most damage collectively.
Hey, I'm not saying you aren't on the damage leaderboard, but that comes from running off.
I mean, we could call it a strategic retreat.
There you go. We call it a Phil.
Call it a spell.
Strategic runoff.
So throw
Strategically running your mouth.
the turtle is just he's stopped by the shield. How close are the rest of the?
Probably about 10 feet.
And how close in proximity are they to each other? Like, are they all?
Yeah, within a pace or so of each other. They were all coming from around the outside border of the room, and they're all closing in. So as they get closer towards the center of the room, they're getting closer to each other.
Right. Let's see here. That's a line. I don't know if I want to use that just yet. Let's see here. Huh. Can I throw up a wall of stone?
Sure.
Yeah, let's do that. Between me and the people that are approaching us, because the shield is holding the turtle at. Are they all coming from the same direction?
Yeah,
Or is
they're all
it-
coming from like a semicircle, like the outside border of this
But I'm
circular
saying-
room closing towards you.
But I'm saying the turtle is coming from a different direction or the same?
No, they're all same direction as them.
Okay. Yeah, let me throw up a wall stone for now. And
Okay.
just to figure it out. So yeah. 6 inches thick, 10 by 10 foot panels. Let's see here. Each panel has a AC of 15 and 30 points per inch of thickness. So the 10-foot. Okay, no. Yep, 10 by 10 foot panels between me and the group. Um, uh, who's closest to me?
The turtle or on your side?
I mean, ally.
Curzon. He's probably about 5 feet or so to your left.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
he's
so I'm-
engaged with 3
Oh,
or
he's-
4 adversaries as well.
Okay. Okay. So he's engaged with the adversaries. I'm going to toss up the wall to. Well, I mean, I guess it's just in front of me, unless they want to cut off the rest of the horde. How close is the horde that are behind the 3 or 4 people he's attacking?
That's it. There's only about 15 people in addition to you 3 in this upper level. There's
Okay.
about 4 or 5 of them that
Okay.
came after you, 4 or 5 that came after Curzon, and 4 or 5 that went after Phil. The
Okay.
majority of the bodies that you remember seeing, were on the second floor.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna toss up the wall stone here, and then I am going to well, I shouldn't really make any movement. There's not a whole lot I can do right now. I'm going to, let's see here, toss up the wall of stone, and I am going to, let's do a fire elemental wild shape.
Is Wall of Stone concentration?
Where is it? Wall of stone. Yes.
So it drops your moonbeam.
Right. I figured that dropped when I got hit.
Oh, okay.
All
right. So you throw up the Wall of Stone, blocking out the second group approaching you, which brings your immediate threat from a 4 down to a 1, just this turtle in front of you. And it blocks off the other 3 almost on a diagonal cut. It cuts off a little section of the room, walling it from one side to the other.
Okay.
And then you assume a fire elemental wild shape.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
Not as of yet.
All right. Curzon, that brings us to you. So the tiny dwarf next to you explodes into a large raging inferno beside you, and a wall of stone goes up, shaving off a small section of the room and trapping 3 of the combatants. But it's hard for you to be focused on them when you have this group in front of you swinging wildly.
So on the group in front of me, I'm going to cast Flame Strike.
Okay.
Let's see, they'll need a dex save of at least 19.
Now, what's the radius on that?
The radius is an area of 60 feet by 10 feet in a column. So it's a
All right.
10-foot column around, and it goes 60 feet tall.
All right. So I'm going to assume safely that you're trying to center it to the point to where it catches them, but not you.
Correct.
So if you're trying to do that, you could catch 2 of them, no matter where you positioned it. You
Okay.
wouldn't be able to catch all 4 of them, just
well, I will
because they've
definitely
started
hit
to
2 of
form
them.
up around you. But no, they failed their save. So
Awesome. They take 4d6 fire damage and 4d6 radiant damage. So 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 25 total each.
So the flames erupt from the ceiling. This heavenly golden fire begins to strike down into the spot you designate on the floor. And almost right before it envelops these 2 people, you see the shadows leave their eyes, and their eyes resume a normal appearance, and then the flames strike the ground, and you hear both of them scream out in utter agony as their bodies begin to chalk. Need you to make me a wisdom save.
Wisdom 16.
Your faith in Steve is strong enough to strengthen your resolve and keep you from lunging forward to try to provide aid when you know there's nothing you can do. And the strike begins to pull itself back up into the heavens, and you see these 2 charred black corpses laying on the ground, and the other 2 are trying to swing in at you. One of them's fighting with your spiritual weapon. Is there anything else?
I'm going to no, nothing else at the moment.
You don't want to attack with your spiritual weapon?
I can do that, can't I? Yes, I'm going to attack with my spiritual weapon.
Okay.
I cast that at 2. Yes. So I roll a 12 with the spiritual weapon.
And the elf that it engages parries the blow using a long sword off to one side. Anything else you want to do on your turn? Any movement or anything?
I'm going to take a couple of steps back from the flame, or
Okay.
from where my flame was, so I can.
And from the giant flaming elemental that's standing next to you,
Yes.
you're
Yep.
feeling oppressively warm inside of your armor right now.
Readjust my situation here so I can be a little more defensive.
So you just kind of step back on a little bit of an angle, taking like a 5-foot step back behind where the elemental and your flame strike happened.
Yes.
All right. That brings us to Sylvan. You echo out these whispers, and you see the shadow figure that you know to be masked glance up towards you, the corners of his mouth upturning in a smile, and he extends a hand and points, not at you, but at a point in the room on the same level as him, probably about, if you're coming down, it's probably at like your 2 o'clock. You'd have to turn your head to look, and he points, and almost against your own will, you find your head turning to look, and as you're coming down the last few feet to touch down, you actually touch down on a pile of rubble that used to be a bunch of stacked crates that are all broken up and destroyed, their contents strewn across the floor. And you look to the point he focused on, and you can see this large, red haired, bearded barbarian charging across the floor directly at you.
Okay, I'm gonna try something here, and I don't know how well this is gonna work, but we're gonna try it. I am going to look at this redheaded barbarian charging at me, and Sylvan points, completely turns away from Mask, and faces this barbarian, and points directly at him and says, "Be gone." And I want to try casting Dispel Magic on him. I'm casting it at 5th level, so if there's any, if the magic that's doing this is a spell of 5th level or lower, um, it will dissipate. If it's higher than that, then I have to roll for it for whatever level it is.
You will definitely be rolling.
Okie dokie. Uh, what level would it be? Well, I guess you don't have to answer that. Let's see. Nat 20, Nat 20, Nat 20.
The barbarian
Noise.
falters in stride. You see the dark shadows that coalesced, forming its eye sockets, dissipate, striking clear blue eyes. Look across the room, taking in your appearance for the first time. Call this percentile, high or low.
Low.
It stands straight, looks at you momentarily, and turns its head in the direction of the Shadow Lord and begins charging across the room.
All right. Sylvan, remembering that he's an idiot and doesn't remember how his bardic inspiration works, looks up to the floor slash ceiling above him and just shouts, um, to Kilgaunt, "Kilgaunt, if you can hear me, do your worst." And he's gonna give you bardic inspiration. You have 1d12 to add to any ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. Um, that you have that for 10 minutes or until you use that d12.
Alrighty.
And then he's gonna gracefully stand atop this rubble, and prepare for whatever comes next.
All right. Phil, that brings us to you. The group closes the distance, coming towards you at the top of the staircase. A stone skipping off the banister just a few feet from you as this halfling reloads its sling. What would you like to do?
Well, hmm. I guess I'm gonna start shooting, starting with at the halfling.
Okay.
So I guess I'm gonna take a shot at him. These just gonna be just normal, regular old shots. But an 18.
An 18 will hit.
9 plus 1 radiant. We'll send another one at him for 30 something. Low 30s. So that one, that's going to be that's a 6 plus 6 is 12 plus another 1 radiant. I need a different radiant die. That sucks.
You see, because you're so focused on target, again, the arrows are leaving the bow before the impact from the first one is made. So you see the first two, boom, boom, strike true and penetrate this leather jerkin. And almost in the same instant that you know the arrowhead would have penetrated skin, you see the shadows leave the eyes of this halfling, and both arrows plunge home, and a forlorn look falls across her face as her body begins to go limp under her control and slam face first into the stone floor.
Um, I register that as my next 2 shots go off at one at like 2 more targets that are in front of me, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So one will be an 18, one will be a 17.
Neither will hit. Both of the other people that are approaching you are wearing plate armor.
Okay. Um, how far away from me are they?
At this point, they're probably about 15 to 20 feet as they're running towards you.
Okay. I'm going to make a 33 stealth check, and I'm gonna try to bolt the other way.
Okay, so you only have 2 options at this point. You can
Yes,
either
sir.
run down the staircase into the second floor, or you can run back along the curved wall around the other side of the room.
Did Sylvan make it up to this level yet, or is he by himself?
Remember, he disappeared through the
He
floor on
disappeared.
you, and you haven't seen him again.
Okay,
But you
so
can hear a ruckus coming from the second floor.
then I'm gonna
You
run
also
down.
just heard him shout encouraging words to kill Gaunt up through the floor too.
Then I'm gonna run downstairs because I
Okay,
know he only be yelling like that when there's trouble.
for sure. And the vista opens up in front of you with you having been magically transported to the third floor. You didn't see any of this beforehand. But from what you can see now, probably somewhere in the ballpark of maybe 75 to 100 people are making their way across all this wreckage, closing in towards a point where you can see Sylvan shouting up towards the ceiling. One large, red haired, bearded barbarian charges the opposite way towards a dark, shadowy spot across the room.
Well, I have no more maneuvers left, so my turn's gonna be ending.
Okay. A smooth tenor voice emanates from the shadowed spot across the room from you, Sylvan. It begins in a soft laughter as Mask's voice says, "You think you are up to the challenge? Now we find out." And the room darkens noticeably. The ever burning torches along the walls, the blue glow from the stone itself all seem to diminish. And almost as quickly as it darkens, it comes back to the equal lighting it was on before, but now burst out in between all of these people charging across the room. You see these lithe, shadowy black forms darting in between them. The first thing that catches your eye is three of them stream up from the floor, entangling the legs of this running red bearded barbarian, tripping him to the floor as he rolls over, swinging with this large axe, trying to cut himself free. And I'm going to need you to give me a dexterity check, please.
Just a check or a saving throw?
Save, please.
25.
You are still light enough from the effects of the feather fall that you pretty much do like a quick two-legged hop and step to the side, and you avoid one of these shadowy figures that erupts from the floor where you were standing as it reaches out trying to grab a hold of you and misses. All right.
Sylvan just looks down at this figure and nods his head and smiles at it. It goes back to focusing on Mask.
And as you do that, you turn your head to realign your gaze to where Mask is, and a bugbear that was closing the distance from the side you stepped to lunges out with this large club and swings it at you, connecting solidly on your shoulder.
He'll have disadvantage on that, by the way, because of my Displacer Beast cloak.
Yep. It is 9 points of bludgeoning damage to whatever way you decide. If you have anything that reduces it or anything, it's 9 incoming to you. As you feel the impact of it and the club comes off to the other side, you hear it roar out as it lifts its arms above it, attempting to swing at you again. And that brings us back to the top of the initiative order to Keelgon.
Just so you know, while Kelgon's preparing, since he hit me, nothing that cloak's ability is inactive until the start of my next turn.
Okay. I'm gonna start by dropping the wall. And then I am going to Turtle is still off, like they're still separated, like the group's coming from one side and the turtle's coming from another direction.
Yeah, the turtle is 5 feet in front of you. He's engaged with your animated shield right now.
Okay. Does that provoke an attack of opportunity because I have the sentinel?
Yes. He is attacking basically within your space.
Okay. So I am going to activate. I'm going to activate the. Well, it's not. I guess it is. It does have to be activated because it's once per day. I'm going to activate the charges on the Eldritch Claw, and it gives me 15-foot reach for a minute and an extra d6 of damage.
Okay.
So because he's attacking within my reach, normally he would take damage anyway, but I'm going to go ahead and attack him. 2 touch attacks. We're looking at, let's see here. Okay. All right. So the first attack is a 25 hit.
Yep, that hits.
All right. So $15 plus is 23 fire damage.
Okay.
Yeah. And then because of my sentinel feat, because the attack of opportunity hit, his speed drops to 0.
Okay.
Yeah. Are the others within my reach? Because I got that, I activated that 15-foot reach charge.
Yeah, they would definitely be within your reach. You
Okay.
notice as the flames wash all over this turtle and lick away on his skin, you see the shadows dissipate from his eyes and his face returns to normal and he grunts out in pain and then growls down onto his like bites down onto his lip and like grunts in and just soaks in the damage.
Okay. Okay, so he didn't take the damage, but is that? I mean, do I have to do a Arcana check or to see if the shadow or whatever has left him? Because, or do I know
You
that?
can attempt that, yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. 15.
From what you can tell, there doesn't appear to be any shadows or anything clinging to him in any way, but he still seems pretty set on trying to pummel
Beat
your
my
head in.
ass. Yeah. Okay. So I dropped his speed to 0. How many other people are within my reach?
All 3 of the others would be within your reach if you have 15 feet of reach.
Okay. Do you want me to attack them all individually?
Or you can just roll 3 20s at once.
Okay. Okay. So that's an 18, a 31, and a 24.
All 3 will hit.
Okay. 6, 7, 8, 16 damage on the first one. 17 damage on the second one. I'm switching up some dice. And 23 damage on the third one. It's all fire damage.
And two of the other people that were charging across the room towards you collapse into these burnt husks on the floor. But the fourth one pushes up behind the turtle.
Okay. His speed also drops to 0.
Okay.
Other than that, I'm just gonna move my shield into like directly in front between me and those two.
Okay.
And that's the end of my turn. Just kind of
All
take a defensive stance.
Curzon, that brings us to you.
I think the first thing I'm gonna do is cast light on my Fist of Steve.
Okay.
That done, I'm going to recast Spiritual Weapon at expending a 7th level spell slot so that I can max out its damage.
Okay.
And there's still a fire elemental here, correct?
Yeah, right next to you.
I spent my bonus action and my action. I think that is most what I can do. I'm going to move over by my druid friend here and take a defensive stance in front of him with my Light of Steve in front of me.
Nice.
And I think that is all I can do for this turn.
All right. So you cast light on your weapon directly, and you cast it at 7th level.
I cast light at. I think technically it is cast at whatever level I am.
Okay.
If I read that right. So you touch one object that is no larger than 10 feet in any dimension until the spell ends. The object sheds bright light in the 20-foot radius and dim light for an additional 20 feet. The light can be colored as you like, completely covering the object with something opaque blocks it. The spell ends if you cast it again or dismiss it as an action.
It's just a cantrip. Perfect. There's no leveled spell on that one.
All right. And you don't want to move or do anything else. You just took a 5-foot step towards your elemental buddy, using him as a big flaming shield.
No, my druid buddy.
Yeah. Well, he's a giant elemental right now.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yep.
All right. So that's you. That brings us to Sylvan.
So what the mask do right now?
What the mask do? The mask be chilling and posted up in the corner of the room, sending shadows at people.
Does he seem like somewhat corporeal, or is he just like a flat shadow against the wall?
Oh no, you see him standing over there on the other side of the room, just as you saw him sitting in the chair across the table from you.
Would you say like I don't know, he's within like 90 feet?
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right. Oh goodness. Here we go. We're gonna try this. Sylvan had pulled his rapier earlier. He is going to attempt to kind of stick it like point down in a spot of this rubble somewhere where it's going to stay standing up, preferably like where that shadow came up to grab him, so it just kind of moves over, disappears, or whatever. I don't know. I don't even know if it's gone right now. I don't know if that's something that's just there or what. Um, but he is going to um, reach around his back and sling his bagpipes around in front of him and start blowing into the bagpipes and playing a little tune, staring right at um, this dude. And he his notes have more weight to them than just a musical number. As he's weaving a spell in the midst of what he's playing. Um, and they're not made of shadow, but from anyone viewing this, it looks like Sylvan has taken um, Mask's shadow and manipulated it to himself because these black tentacles start rising up out of the ground around Mask. They're not made of shadow, but because they're black and in the black shadow, it looks like they're coming out. It looks like they're part of the shadow that Sylvan's controlling. Um, and he's casting black tentacles at level 4. I need it's a 20-foot square on the ground that I can see within range. You said he was within 90 feet. Um, when the creature enters the affected area, it has to make a save. Um, and a creature that starts its turn in this area has to make a save and potentially takes damage. So nothing
Okay.
necessarily happens instantly, but these tentacles are writhing and trying to grab at Mask as they rise up out of the ground.
Okay. Anything else you want to do with your turn?
I think
You've got a horde of people closing the distance towards you.
that the only other thing that Sylvan does um, is pull his rapier back up out of the ground. Did I did I notice Phil come down the stairs? Can I
Give me
roll
a
to see if I
perception.
notice? Probably not, but I'll give it a shot. Yeah, that's only a 16.
Yeah, I believe Phil had a 30 something to hide.
Yeah.
I think
And
then. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I was just saying, I believe that's what Phil is doing at the top of the stairs or on his way down the stairs, is hiding.
Let me check one more thing. I need to find out if this takes an action or not. Okay, so it doesn't. It does take an action. I think Sylvan's gonna start trying to back towards those stairs either way because he knows his friends are up there.
Okay.
And I'll just, I guess, take all of my movement to move towards the stairs.
So pretty much whatever your movement is, you could move 2/3 of that because you're going to have to be ducking rubble and dodging assailants in the path, because it's such a myriad of chaos on the floor right now with people moving everywhere, trying to close in on the point that they were directed to.
Okay, so as far as like difficult terrain wise, my ring lets me ignore that, but I imagine like the people don't count as difficult terrain.
Right.
So, is anything terrain wise or like magic spell wise that's trying to slow me down doesn't affect my movement.
Gotcha. Um, that brings us to you, Phil. The vista opens up below you, and like I said, you see basically an island that is Sylvan trying to make its way towards the staircase with people from all over the floor trying to scrabble to their feet and crawl across all this broken debris. to make their way over to him. Immediately in the room, in addition to that focal point, your eye is drawn to Mask reclining against the wall in a shadowed position directly across from Sylvan, and to this barbarian trying to slice and rip these shadows out of the ground to free himself. But just the other side of this barbarian, your eye is drawn to a familiar sight, and you see the scaly black head of Kurzoth, the merchant, the magic item merchant, stand up from his big oversized chair, holding his hands out in front of him towards Sylvan, cackling out arcane syllables. What would you like to do?
So the Dragonoid guy seems hostile for sure. Everyone else seems hostile. How far would you say Mask is away? Like 100 some feet?
Oh no, from you, if you were to go down the 30 feet of stairs that are in front of you to the same level as them, he'd probably be another 20 or 30 feet along that wall. So he's probably like, we'll say, because of the drop in elevation and shit, 65 feet from you.
And then Sylvan's making his way up to me.
He's trying to get back towards that staircase. But you can see that these people are closing in basically a giant circle from the outside edge of the room in towards the center.
I guess how about the guys that were chasing me? Are they
They're
upon me yet?
at the top of the staircase. They're, hitting that banister and trying to come down behind you.
Okay, so I should probably just let loose at them real quick. How far are they from me? Like 10 feet?
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe 10 feet. They're just hitting the top of the staircase. You're like 2 or 3 steps down it.
Okay, I'm gonna let out 2 shots at each of them, I guess.
Okay.
My first 2 are gonna be, ooh, they're both 7s. They're gonna be 20s.
Okay. Both hit.
And we're gonna go 9, 15, 15 plus 6 radiant damage, and then 8 with 4 radiant damage.
You see both of the arrows strike true in between sets of plates and dig into flesh. One guy drops the shield off of his arm as his arm hangs limp on the right side.
But one guy dropped.
No, he just dropped his shield.
Okay, I got 2 more shots, so I
Okay.
guess I'm gonna send one more at each of them. I guess.
All right.
So this one will be 21.
That hits.
That'll be 8 damage plus 4 radiant. 8 plus 4.
That one just drops into the top of the stairs in a heap of plate.
Nice. This one's a 26
That hits.
for 16 plus 1 radiant damage.
And that one actually totters the guy over backwards. He's trying to come down the stairs towards you, and the arrow just catches him true and pulls him right back off of his feet and tops him over backwards at the top of the landing.
Okay.
Again, as these arrows are making instantaneous contact with these people, you're seeing the shadows leave their eyes, and you're hearing these people cry out in pain or you're just hearing the sickeningly loud, wet thud as an arrow strikes into somebody's face.
It's pretty brutal, but same hand.
Call it like you see it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They're trying to kill me regardless. And if you got to wake up in the middle of that, I feel bad for you. So then I look down at Sylvan. How many people are between him and the staircase?
Probably, I'd say a good 20, 25 people.
Jesus Christ.
There's roughly 75 to 100 people in this room.
Mhm. Well, I guess I'm gonna just hide again and
Okay.
kind of wait and see what's going on.
All right. Go ahead and make your hide attempt.
It's a 31.
All right. And then call this percentage high or low.
Low.
It's 57 actually. So we are
Oh,
going
fudge.
to do it this way. You take 14 points of piercing damage and 6 points of poison damage if you have anything that negates poison, as the shadowy figure of Mask vanishes from the shadowed floor below you and steps out of the shadow that you just tried to hide in on the staircase and stabs a dagger into the top of your left thigh, and then pulls right back into the shadows again.
You said 6 points of poison?
Correct.
10
Was
four.
that his reaction by chance?
Yes.
Okay. Shucks a ding darn.
Well, actually, it's not. He can use it as a reaction. It's one of his legendary abilities as a deity.
Gotcha. I just didn't know if that was like counted as the start of his turn, or that's what I was checking on.
Nope, not yet. He's about to be up next.
Gotcha.
Do I get an attack of opportunity?
You can attempt it. You're going to attempt it at disadvantage.
Disadvantage?
Yep.
Alright. Nat 20 on. No, that was my top one. So it's going to be. So I rolled a nat 20 and an 18. So my
Like 18
18.
total.
No, 18 on the die plus,
Oh, okay.
plus 13, 31.
Okay. What are you attacking with? Your bow?
Yeah.
And you draw back the arrow and let go, and you know it hit something. You're like, it fucking hit it. But you don't hear any reaction out of him. You don't see any blood spray. None of it. The arrow actually disappears into the shadows with him.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
You want to do anything else with your turn? Any
Um,
movement or anything?
I guess yeah. Well, yeah, I would like to,
Yeah.
but I don't want to take an attack of opportunity.
No, you took
I
it because you tried to hide. The shadows are his world.
fuck that nigga. I don't give a shit. Or sorry, fuck him. I don't care. Uh, now I'm good right now.
Okay, you gonna stay there?
Yeah.
All right. And that revolves us back to the other side of this. And since we left off there, we're gonna start out there. And he reemerges from the shadows just a pace in front of you, and in one smooth motion draws this rapier from his hip and slashes out in an upward cut at you, and it it really just looks like he just swung at you with a ribbon of shadow. Um, Go ahead and confirm your armor class for me.
Phil,
Yes.
19.
And the blade slices across. You actually are in the process of pulling your bow back to rest, and it actually slices across, glances off of your dragon bone bow, and cuts deeply into your forearm for 14 points of slashing damage and 4 points of shadow damage, which would be the same as necrotic, basically.
Okay.
And he casually smiles at you and with his other hand waves out across the open room below you, and you see these shadows all start surging forward, pushing people in towards the center of the room. um Silben, I am going to need you to give me either an acrobatics or an athletics check, please.
It's going to be 24 on acrobatics.
And you almost register it before it happens. You see the surge of body mass on the outside of the circle push in, and the inner groups of them all get shoved forward. The closest ones to you actually toppling to the floor, and the other ones being shoved in on and past them towards you. And you actually use that opportunity to your advantage, and you step down on a bearded dwarf's neck and jump up, and you actually find yourself running across the top of these bodies that are falling and converging into this center portion of the room that you were just in. So anytime you go to move for the next couple of turns, I'm going to need you to make me that acrobatics or athletics check in order to see if you stay on top of the masses.
Gotcha.
And now we are going to attempt to see if anybody can pull you down. That guy will not get it. That guy gets a hand on you. That guy gets a hand on you. So let's see here. Okay, so the the first hand you feel reach up and try to grab a hold of your cloak, and it thinks it's got your cloak, and it actually, because of your cloak's displacement effect, misses the cloak and brushes up against your leg as you snatch your leg out of the way to step up onto the top of people again. The second one, the guy actually grabs a hold of your calf as you're going to step up, and you're able to wrench your foot free of his grip, but not before you feel something pierce the side of your boot. And you're going to take exactly 31 points of necrotic damage.
Got it.
All right. And so that was Mass' turn. They surged, did their thing. All right. Back upstairs, we go to Keelgaunt. This turtle grits down, biting its lower lip, and surges in towards you, trying to get around the other side of this shield to attack you. No on that one. No on that one. Yes.
No, it's just Jersey. It's fine.
Okay.
Is he taking an attack of opportunity?
He will, yes. And you're going to take 19 points of bludgeoning damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
I'm assuming this is magical damage.
Yes.
Okay. Constitution saving throw?
Yep.
$17.
And you feel a cloudiness begin to wash across your mental vision, but you quickly shake it off, brushing it off to the sides and corners of your mind and shrugging off the mental effect of it.
Okay.
That's going to bring us to the ones that are in front of Curzon. And there's one. And second one will miss. Third one will miss. Fourth one will miss, but one does hit. So you're ducking and dodging and using your shield and your spiritual weapon as an extra limb to parry with, and you're deflecting the majority of these attacks that are coming in at you. And basically, if you're not shrugging them off completely, you're deflecting them enough to where they're not heavy enough to pierce through any of your armor. But as you're fighting off these three guys in front of you, a small shadowed figure tumbles out from underneath the legs of one of the ones in front of you and stabs upward with a dagger, lacing open the inside of your right thigh. And you take 24 points of slashing damage and 8 points of necrotic damage.
How close are they to me?
They are, let's see, he took 2 steps back behind you, so that would be 10 feet. So they'd be basically parallel with you. One of them would be like 5 foot, and the other ones would be like 10 and 15 because they're in a straight line in front of him.
Okay, so because of Sentinel, I get I can use my reaction to hit the guy who's 5
Sure.
feet in front of me.
Yep.
All right, 21 to hit.
That hits.
$21 fire damage.
And you sweep out with your hand, lashing out, and just as the flames hit and wrap around this halfling that just cut open Curzon's leg, you see the shadows dissipate from his eyes, and he screams out, "No!" And his body is just immolated. You pull your tendril back, and you can see the smoking, charred skeleton of a halfling laying on the ground.
That's one way to do it.
That is the ones against Kilgaunt, or Sylvan, the ones against Kilgaunt, the ones against Curzon. Phil killed the 2 that were left trying to kill him at the top of the stairs, and Mask punished him for it. So we are back to the top of the initiative order with Kyogon.
Okay. Anybody within 15 feet of me is going to take an attack of opportunity.
Okay. You've got 2 that are in front of Curzon that you could choose to hit, or you've got 1 left in front of you that you could choose to hit.
Okay, so there's all 3.
There's 3 that are left standing
Okay.
in your immediate vicinity. Yes.
All right, let's go with the one in front of me first. That is a dirty 20 to hit.
That will hit.
Let's deal with him, and then I'll knock out the other 2. 14 fire damage. And then the other 2, we're looking at 29 and 19 respectively to hit.
Both are hits.
All right. Let's see here. 11, 13. 21 fire damage on the 1. And 10, 12, 13, and 21 fire damage on the other one.
So the 2 in front of Curzon, you see the shadows leave their eyes, and they both scream out in pain as their bodies are immolated. The one in front of you, the shadows leave his eyes, the flames strike him, and as you pull back and lash out at the other 2 out of your peripheral vision, you can see that he's still there.
Okay.
You don't see the shadowed pits on his eyes, but he does still look like he's lunging forward towards you.
Okay. Well, his speed dropped to 0.
But
because
you
it's
know,
such
his
a lot,
motions and mannerisms
Yeah,
still lead
for
you
sure.
to believe he's going to attack you.
Okay. Well, since all 3 of those were attacks of opportunity, I'm going to go ahead and straight up attack this dude. Let's see here. Fire elemental. Make sure I'm getting this attack exact right. Okay, so 2 touch attacks. So the first attack is a 29 to hit.
That hits.
And that's 18 fire damage on that first attack.
And he immolates in front of you.
For sure. Okay.
So you've effectively cleared the immediate surrounding around you and Curzon.
Okay. We're still on that 3rd floor, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are there, like, where are we in relation to the rest of them in the room, or is the room clear?
The room is cleared now.
Okay. So
there were only 15 of them in this room. You know, just from traversing the 2nd floor, that there's a substantial amount of bodies down there. If they all just did the same thing that happened in this room, which from the sounds of it downstairs, they did, you know, there's a massive melee going on down there.
How is Curzon looking health-wise?
Curzon, how do you look?
I look pretty okay. I mean, I'm a little bloodied up, but not.
I'm talking about well, in terms of heading down and providing assistance in this massive melee.
My plan was to move down there as soon as this floor was cleared.
Okay, let's do it.
Do you want to move towards the staircase that you came up, or do you want to cross the room towards the staircase that Phil went down?
We'll go towards the staircase we came up, so we can kind of flank the room.
Okay.
You agree with that, Curzon?
I concur.
All right, cool. And that will end my turn.
All right. So we'll say the two of you use your movement, crossing back over the floor, getting back onto the top of the staircase. The vista opens up below you, and you can see a massive dog pile happening in the center of the room. There must be 75, maybe 100 people moving around down here. Your eyes are automatically drawn to four distinct facts about this room. One, Sylvan appears to be running across the top of the melee towards the opposite staircase of you guys.
Okay.
Two, the Black Dragonborn that was the merchant here for the Overlook is across the room from where you guys are, probably about maybe 50 or 60 feet, standing up in front of his large armchair, chanting arcane syllables. In the center of the room, a large, red-haired, bearded barbarian rips and shreds shadows that are coming out of the floor trying to entangle him. He cuts at them with an axe and rips them apart with his hands and even bites at them with his teeth. And you can see that he's just rolling around on the floor trying to tear these shadows apart. The other thing that draws your attention is actually both of you give me a perception check.
4. My perception rules.
Natural 20, which gives it a 30.
You, for the second time tonight, have visually located Phil. You can only tell that he's there due to the fact that he is dodging attacks from something that's leaping in and out of the shadows on the staircase that he's in. So you safely assume that he is engaged with Mask at this point.
Okay.
So, Curzon, you don't see Phil, but you do see Sylvan and the Black Dragonborn and this barbarian. You don't have any movement left, but you have everything else for your turn.
So I think I'm going to cast Cure Mass Wounds.
Just pause real quick. Since I don't have to come back up for a minute, I need to step away for a few minutes. If that's cool. All right, cool.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mass Healing Word, not Cure Mass Wounds.
Okay.
So I'm going to cast it using a 5th level spell slot. So that I can heal for 3d8 plus 12. That will be healing. I'm going to cast it on I can't see Phil, correct?
No, you can't.
So I'm going to cast it on
Sylvan, you can
Sylvan.
see the barbarian, and you can see the dragonborn.
I'm going to cast it on Sylvan. It should affect all of us as long as we're within a 30-foot radius. It technically doesn't say I have to see Phil.
You're not within 30 feet.
Right, but they would have to be within a 30-foot sphere of Sylvan. So
Yeah, but
whoever's
he's
within
not.
that. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know.
Sylvan's almost directly in the center of the room. The diameter of the room is about 100 feet.
Okay. Well, I'll still center it on Sylvan. Maybe I'll just cast Cure Wounds on Sylvan. He's all I can see.
Like I said, you can see him, you can see the barbarian that's fighting the shadows, and you can see the dragonborn.
So that
So
that spell's not centered on me. It's 60 feet from you. So any creature you can see within 60 feet of you, you can cast it on. Well,
okay,
up to 6 creatures.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds instead, which makes more sense in the situation.
I think that one's a touch.
Oh, it is a
range, I
touch. Never
think.
mind. I can't do that one. Shite. 1 second here.
Empower the fist of Steve and throw it at him.
Turn undead.
Well,
I'm
I
not that kind of
really,
cleric.
I know. Weak.
I've tried to use Turn Undead like 5 times, and every time it has failed like stupendously. It has not worked out well for me. I'm gonna use Prayer of Healing.
Do you have destroy undead under your turn undead cleric abilities?
I do.
It might be worth trying because the CR rating of what you destroy should be pretty high at this point at level 20. It should
Let me
scale up with you.
look at this. Destroy Undead. So it has failed the Turn Undead feature. So let's see, Turn Undead.
Yeah, so at 17th level, if it's a if it has a CR of 4 or lower, it's just instantly disintegrated if it fails turn undead.
Okay.
Long story short, Mike wins.
Right.
Everyone's dead.
I mean
Everything's dead.
that only works with the things within 30 feet of you, but if you
Right.
get just for keep that in mind, if you get several of them within 30 feet.
30-foot radius of in the middle of 100. I mean, that's quite a bit.
It is. All right. Let's do it.
Run out to the middle of that.
Well,
I can't. I'm at the max of my movement.
he has no movement. They made it back to the staircase, but he does have all of his actions. So, I will tell you this. If you were to use your action to jump from where you are on the staircase, by the time you hit the ground, you would be in range of a lot of things on the ground. Should you choose to do that and use your turn on deck, that's totally up to you. You will take falling damage if you jump from the top of this thing, and you're not guaranteed about your turn on deck. You haven't checked in to any of this with through your divine channel. You've been feeling and sensing this evil and this touch of necromancy, but you haven't like specifically looked at anything and went, "Oh, that's an undead."
Right.
So, do with that information what you will.
I think I'm still gonna cast Cure Wounds on Sylvan because I don't know
That's
that they're
touch,
undead.
right?
Oh shit! It is. God damn it! What was I talking about before I got distracted?
You can, if you have regular healing word, you could do healing word. You just can't cast that on more than one person.
Right.
You
Is that what I
said
was?
something about a prayer of healing.
I think I did say something about it. So I think I'm going to use a prayer of healing at the 5th level, is what I said, right?
I believe so.
All right. So I'm going to cast that on Sylvan, and he is going to heal for 38 points. That in turn is going to heal me. For what? Well, some other points, but yeah, he'll take 38 points of life.
All right. You take 38 points of life, Sobin.
Got it.
And that was Curzon's turn. Nothing else you want to do with your turn, Curzon?
Nothing I can think of at the moment.
All right. Would you like to bring your spiritual weapon with you downstairs?
Absolutely, it is.
All right. It can
Right
move
there.
along with you. It'll move along at your speed. I don't think it has its own speed, does it?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, it has a certain amount of feet it can move each turn.
I think it matches mine. Yeah, 30 feet. Go look.
All right,
It's
Sylvan.
got a 60-foot range. It can move 60 feet.
Oh, so it can move further than me.
So it can move to almost the bottom of the staircase.
Sorry, you can cast it up to 60 feet. It has a 20-foot movement. Like you,
So it's
like
right
when you
behind
cast it,
behind
you
you.
can cast it 60
Okay.
feet away from you, but it has a 20-foot of movement.
Okay, so that'll be right behind me then.
All right, Sylvan, that brings us to you. First things off the bat, I need that acrobatics athletics check to stay on top of the masses.
That one's not so good. That's a 13.
The DC is 15. You all do have an inspiration point from our last session.
Oh, heck yeah, I'll use it then for sure.
I know that a couple of people lost their character sheets and stuff, so I know everybody still has one. Especially Phil, he never spends them.
Yeah, that's still a 13. I rolled a 4 that time, so it'd be a 10 total. So that
All
was
right.
nice and wasted.
Wouldn't
All
be
right,
you
so
if it wasn't.
True.
you stumble your footing and fall prone to the top of them. You are scrabbling for purchase as your feeling hands reach out and try to pull you down. What would you like to do? You can opt to use your movement to fight off the hands and stand back up. You'll need to make another acrobatics athletics check to do so. Or you can opt to do something from prone and hopefully free yourself, and then you'll still have all of your movement.
Ooh, I don't know if I want to use this yet, but we're going all in. Let me check. Got an effect with this, so I gotta check it.
Rex in effect, you better check it.
Okay, it's not gonna do anything to them, I don't think, because it's after I land. It's only within 5 feet of where I land. Can I see mask at this point anywhere?
You can see that He's engaged with Phil on the staircase.
How far away is that?
They're probably about
50 foot.
30 feet to the edge of the room and probably about 15 feet up, so about 45 feet.
Okay. So Sylvan Sylvan is running towards the staircase where Curzon and Kilgon are coming down, right?
You originally were running towards the staircase where Phil was coming down.
And that's the opposite one?
Correct.
Okay. So then I guess Curzon's the one that sees. Well, Kilgon saw Phil, so I guess Kilgon's the one that sees, kind of sees Phil over there battling, and he sees Sylvan running across the tops of this crowd, trying to get over there, and then he sees Sylvan like he just sees Sylvan kind of reach down towards his calf as he gets struck, and through that Sylvan starts to fall, and to Kilgon, it might appear that Sylvan fell and got ripped down into this crowd of people. But a second later, um, Sylvan is going to hopefully, if it works this way, will appear over there at the base of the stairs. I would like to use my phase step bonus action to disappear and reappear over at the base of the stairs. I can magically teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space I can see within that 30 feet.
Now, does that provoke an attack of opportunity?
No. It's
Then
basically
I
the
see no
same
reason
thing
why
as
you
Misty
couldn't.
Step.
Then I'd say absolutely 100% you can. And what's the range on it? You said 30 feet?
Yep.
So, yeah, that could take you right to the. It could either take you from where you fell atop this pile at, a straight shot would take you to the very first step and the floor and the wall right there, or a straight shot this way would take you straight to the wall 15 feet below where Phil and Mask are engaged on the stairs.
Yeah, I want to go as close to Mask as I can get. That's where I'm headed.
Okay, so it'll put you directly below them 15 feet right up against the wall.
All right.
I assume you want to put your back to the wall.
I want to put wherever I need to be to where I'm facing Mask and can see him.
Well, he's on the staircase above you. So you would have to stop away from the wall to be able to see up on an angle to that point. Or you can go to the base of the staircase and look up the staircase.
Yeah, if I can go to the base of the staircase where I can see him, that's
yeah,
ideal.
that would give you clear line of sight too.
All right, so I want to do that, and then I am going to attempt to start shouting at him, and I would like to cast Bane on him. He needs to, which means those tentacles that were over in the corner where he was standing in the first place are just going to vanish into the floor because they were concentration.
Okay.
They'll be pointless since he got out of it anyways. That's a charisma save from him.
He makes it.
Then nothing happens.
And you shout out, I assume in some ancient dialect or infernal tongue, as you attempt to cast Bane upon him, and the magic flows out from you and goes to wash over him where he's engaging Phil, and you see the shadows from the wall sweep out in a wave and just push the magic away from him and then flow back into the wall. Anything else on your turn?
Other than looking frustrated, Sylvan will be done.
All right. And that brings us to you, Phil. Out of the shadows of the stairs in front of you has stepped the Shadow Lord himself, He slashed out at you with this ribbon of shadow as a long sword and cut open your forearm and dances back evenly on the balls of his feet, treating the staircase almost as if it was a dancer's floor.
Hmm. Well, like he's just dancing around in front of me, right?
Yep.
Um, I mean, I kind of want to. I don't want to take an attack of opportunity. I guess I could start shooting at him.
Okay.
I don't know
You're
what
going to
he's.
be attacking at disadvantage.
I will be.
Yes.
That's fine. Um, actually, what I want to do is, since he's right here in front of me, is so I hold my bow with my left hand, and I want to take my right hand and I want to go back into my pocket right there, and I want to grab out that coin,
Okay.
and I want to slam that fucking thing on the ground like as hard as I can, and see if I can't cause homeboy to at least lose his balance a little bit, because it let out a huge resounding noise.
Mm-hmm. Call it high or low.
High.
72. You slam the holy symbol of Moradin into the stone step in front of you, hoping to create a loud enough noise to disrupt Mask's movement, maybe potentially create some space for yourself. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
Um, I mean, it looks good to me. That's gonna be a 30 even.
And you feel the point of impact. You feel it almost as much as you hear it. The stone fractures loudly as the stairs just a step in front of you begin to break away from the wall. And a section of about 8 or 9 stairs breaks away. And it doesn't just break away in a single piece and fall away from the wall. It breaks away, and that piece breaks into multiple smaller pieces and begins to drop out of the air. Mask dances back, jumping from one piece to another up against the wall, slamming his back into the wall. You see the shadows come out and grab him and start to pull him into the wall.
Um, so was that more like a melee attack? Was that like an
Yeah,
attack?
yeah, that would have
So
been
that
like the
I
equivalent of like an unarmed strike. Like
so
if you just
so would I
randomly tried to throw a punch at a guy in a bar.
so with having extra attacks, would that warrant more than just one? Like, could I try to hit the wall where the shadows are with that coin again too, and try to break that
You have
dimension
what,
flip?
4 attacks around?
Yeah.
You could opt to use them in any way you saw fit. You
Okay.
could drop the coin and draw an arrow and shoot him in the face. You could slam the coin into the wall. You could throw it
I want
at
to.
him.
I want to
Like you
slam
could
the
do a
wall.
number of different things. Okay.
Want to slam the
So
wall with one.
roll and try to slam the wall.
Okay, so
You
that's
need to
gonna
do
be
better than a 10 to hit it.
better than a 10.
Yeah. I mean, you're literally trying to slam this coin up against
Yeah.
the wall.
Yeah. So it's gonna be a 22.
All right. Roll the damage. I need you to roll me 8d6.
2, 6, 7. Let's see. 6. 16. 22. 24. 26. 28.
All right. And I need you to call it for me one more time.
Low.
So the wall cracks in multiple places, and a section of it, probably about 10 or 12 foot wide by about 12 foot high or so, cracks and just falls away from the rest of the existing wall. The shadows that were holding on to him fracture and race off in different directions across the broken stone, releasing their grip on him. And you see him begin to fall to the ground. But the thing that catches your eye the most is between the cracks of glowing blue stone that make up the Emporium. You see the stars strewn across the Faerunian night sky for the first time in what feels like years to you. You can see what you know in your heart of hearts to be the real sky.
So with that, I don't know if I could do that. Probably wouldn't work out very great. Um, I want to let a couple shots off at him as he's falling down. I don't really want to drop this coin.
Well, I will give you sacrificing one of your attacks to stow the coin.
To stow it? All right, I'll do
But if
that.
you opt to fire both of your remaining attacks, your only option would be to drop it.
I'm good with just shooting one more off.
Who knows? Dropping it might help you out too. It might land right on his ass. He's falling underneath you too.
I mean, that's true. Like, he's falling. I could take it. And you know what? I'll throw that bitch right at him, dude. As hard as I can. I'll make a ranged attack.
Yep, go ahead.
I cannot believe. And these are at disadvantage, right?
Correct. You do have an inspiration point. You could use it to nullify the disadvantage and roll regular.
I really don't need it because I just rolled 2 nat 20s on my little dice.
I've got a set of little dice that Jersey just bought me, and I didn't find them before the game tonight.
That sucks.
Well,
My
for me,
my first nat 20 was earlier, and that was a disadvantage too, so I had to disregard it for an 18.
Oh.
So yeah, so this one's gonna fucking whack his ass, dude.
All right, roll those 8d6 again.
Okay. 8, 10, 15, 17, 18, 20, 23.
And the coin hits him, and as he's falling, you throw it down towards him, and it actually strikes him in the upper right shoulder as he's falling. He's thrown his hands out against the wall to try to slow his descent, and the coin hits him in the right shoulder, and it actually blows him in a full cartwheel, driving him down towards the floor where basically the back of the staircase and the floor meet, and he just gets slammed up into it And because of where it is, that area is deeply shadowed. You see him get slammed into it, and he just kind of.
Okay. Can I still see the coin, or is that gone?
It could be somewhere down there on the floor. It's hard to see with how dark it is.
No big deal. All right, so I'm gonna go with a 23 stealth roll.
Okay. All right. And that brings us to the other side of events. The mob continues pressing in towards the center, climbing over top of each other, scrabbling up each other, trying to get to the point that they think is where they're supposed to be. At that instant, back in the original spot where you saw him, Phil, out of the shadows steps Mask as he cracks something back into place. And you can see that he's 10, maybe 15 feet behind Sylvan, where he was originally standing at the bottom of the stairs. And he looks up to the top of the stairs and directly locks eyes with you. You know beyond a shadow of a doubt that he knows exactly where you are right. And in an audible, melodic voice, he calls out from the bottom of the stairs, "Tut, tut, young Philip. Have more respect for your elders." And he holds up his empty hand towards the stairs, directly towards you. And you see this globe of black energy form in his palm, and he launches it out of his palm, flying up at you. I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
$13.
You are going to take 30 points of necrotic damage and 21 points of negative energy drain. And you can feel that vitality that you felt earlier. You feel it ripped away from you, along with a little bit of yourself as well. You feel slower than you did before. Like even before the dragon, you're like, your eye doesn't feel as keen as it used to be. And then he is going to lunge forward and try to stab Sylvan in the back.
Sylvan, look out!
And he is going to miss because of the displacement cloak.
Nice.
But he is going to use one of his legendary actions to instruct the horde to stop culminating in the center of the room and to Moses the Red Sea that mother and send half of them flanking over towards the other staircase and have the other half of them start coming back towards this staircase. And he achieves that by raising a horde of shadows out of the floor in the center of the room, and they just start pushing these people back the opposite way. And that brings us back to the top of the initiative order. Keelgon,
Okay.
Across the room from you, you see the staircase that was shrouded in shadow just erupt. You hear the loud cracking noise of stone breaking apart from stone. You see the stairs themselves break off of the wall and then break into multiple little pieces and fall. And then you see the wall that they were connected to break into a dozen or so slabs and begin falling down the side of the wall too. And revealed out behind this stone wall is, in your eyes, probably the most beautiful starlit vista you've ever seen, just because of the circumstance of it, how long it's been since you've truly seen the night sky and the environmental conditions that you're seeing it in now. Your eye is just immediately drawn out to those stars. But then you regain your composure and realize this shit's still happening. And you see the horde of shadows erupt from the floor and begin pushing all of the people back towards both walls again. And you see the bottom of the staircase that you guys are on just get swamped in people.
Okay, so it's me and Curzon on on that staircase.
Yes,
And then do I see Sylvan and Phil?
Sylvan is at the bottom of the opposite staircase.
Okay. What's that
Um,
distance?
It's 100 feet from one side of the room to the other, but you're at the top of one and he's at the bottom of the other. So you've got
Okay.
about a 40-foot drop in elevation as well.
Okay.
You can roll a perception check to see if you want to try to see Phil for the third time today.
All right. $28.
I believe you had a 21 hide, didn't you, Phil?
Yeah, I think it was. Or 23, I think.
So for the third time today, your eye picks Phil's silhouette out of the stone wall. And you see that he's standing on the last two stairs from the upstairs before the staircase broke away. So he's like perched on the edge of this broken staircase.
Okay. Of those advancing on us, are any of them within 15 feet of me?
No, you're at the top of the staircase. They're at the bottom. So
Okay.
it's probably about 40 feet from you to them.
Okay. Alrighty, let's see here. What is my speed? Oh, well, as a fire elemental, my speed is 50 feet anyway.
Nice.
So let's run down there and set some people on fire.
All right.
Yeah.
A
So
fireball.
yeah, I'm a human fireball at this point. Let's see here. Okay. How many am I coming within contact of?
If you run to the base of the stairs, you could be within 15 feet of probably a dozen of them.
Okay. Do you want me to make a dozen attack rolls?
You can roll one versus all of their collective AC if you want to.
Okay. Are they all pretty much the same AC?
These are all various people that have taken on the Overlook. So their levels all kind of vary and their classes vary. So you can roll it, and if it's high, it's going to hit a certain amount of them. If it's low, it's going to hit significantly less.
For sure. Okay.
Roll high.
Well, I still got that bardic inspiration too. Okay. So,
And a regular inspiration. I don't know if you were in the chair when I told everybody, but everybody still has an inspiration point from last session.
Oh, cool. Alrighty. Where is my D12? Okay. $31 hit.
Yeah, a 31 will hit everybody in that range.
Alrighty. So that's 21 fire damage.
About a third of them immolate. The rest of them all take burning, but are still standing.
Okay. How many are left standing? Did you say like four?
If there were 12 of them that you could reach, you probably burnt up the first row of them, and the second row is probably pushing towards the staircase. So I'd say there's probably 6 of them in your immediate vicinity.
Okay. Let me attack. I'm gonna go ahead and attack one of them, just straight
Okay.
up. Because I make 2 touch attacks, so 26 hit.
Yep.
That's first attack. And okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 14 fire damage on the first attack.
And he burns up with the
Okay.
rest of them.
All right. Since I make 2 touch attacks, can I touch another one?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. 28 to hit.
Yep.
Alrighty. 17 fire damage.
Burns up again.
Alrighty. I'm gonna move my shield around in front of us, and take a defensive stance, and that'll end my turn.
All right. Curzon brings us to you.
What am I seeing in front of me now? It's
So directly across from where you guys are on the staircase, on the other staircase, Phil was engaged in battling a shadow right there, and that staircase has ripped off of the wall and broken and fallen to the ground. But
okay.
the wall also behind that staircase has broken away into little pieces and revealed a hole that shows the Faerunian night sky. At the base of that staircase, Sylvan is dancing around without even trying to and avoiding sword strikes from Mask. Phil, well, you can use a perception to see if you see Phil. In the middle of the room, shadows have erupted and have started pushing the people back towards both staircases. So you've got a mob of people being pushed towards your case, and they've got a mob of people being pushed towards that staircase.
I think I'm going to use Channel Divinity to turn undead.
Okay.
So all the undead within 30 feet of me have to make a Wisdom saving throw with a DC 19.
So do you want to use your movement to go down to the bottom of the stairs so that way you'll be within range of people? Because you're at the top of the stairs right now. You'd have about
Yes.
30 feet between you.
And I can actually move now. So I will move closer to them.
All right. And so you've attempted to use this ability that Steve has graciously bestowed upon you.
Steve.
Many times, even outside of the Emporium. And as you stated previously, something's always gone wrong with it. It's always not come out exactly the way you thought it would. And this instance is you open yourself up to the magic and you begin to feel that same feeling of shit. But your strength of faith is renewed from a wellspring within you as this burst of energy goes out of you to cause the unholy blight that is undead creatures to either be destroyed, turn around, run in fear, or any other number of things, washes over this crowd of people. You don't see people dying, and you don't see people turning around and running, but you see the shadows leave the eyes of a dozen or so people, and confused looks wash over their faces. Give me a wisdom check, and actually do it at advantage.
Let's see, that's 17 plus 11, so 28.
So you feel the divinity flowing through you. You feel it reach the extent of the spell that you know to have cast. But then you feel a surge of this energy surge through you, almost turning you into a conduit for it. And it actually explodes even further out. And it actually goes out past what looks like 1.5 times the size, 2 times the size, 3 times the size, and begins to just expand out through the room. You can watch this wave of golden energy just float across. And you see in the crowd as it's rolling across, every single person that had shadow shrouded eyes that it touches, the shadows disappear and they almost seem to come out of a trance or an enchantment of some sort. But you see this golden energy touch these shadow infused creatures where they're pushing the group towards your staircase. And upon contact, these shadowy creatures just erupt into motes of darkness and begin falling to the floor, leaving piles of black, oily ash in their wake. And you can see as it washes across the room before your eye is pulled to another spot, you see this wave has made it to the middle of the room where this wall of shadows is and has washed over everybody on your side of it and has made it a few feet into this shadowy area and then dissipated. So you see probably maybe 30 or 40 of these shadows just erupt into these motes of black ash that rain down to the ground. And everybody on your side of the room at the bottom of the stairs, short of the few that are on fire from the fire elemental standing to your right, are all kind of just looking around at each other, visibly confused as to what's happening.
I'm going to yell out, by Steve's light, turn and face your captor, and point them towards Mask as best as I can see him.
Give me a perception check.
15.
You see that he has tried to stab Silbin and is dancing back against the shadowed wall from his attack. But you have the general area in which he's in, so you could easily point that out.
So I'll point that way.
I don't know if you've used your inspiration that you had since last turn, but you can go ahead and give yourself a point of inspiration for using that ability in that unique manner. Anything else you want to do on your turn? So you move to the bottom of the stairs, you cast your channel divinity. Do you want to move your spiritual weapon the extra 20 feet down the staircase?
I am definitely going to do that.
All right, so that'll bring, he had a 20 feet movement to begin with, so that brings him about halfway down the stairs to you.
Okay.
Anything else on your turn?
I think I'll just stand ready.
All right. Sylvan, that brings us to you. You see out of your peripheral vision as you're looking up the stairs, you watch the stairs break and fall away from the wall. You watch the wall break and fall away from the rest of the wall. And you can see out into the night sky. And you actually catch yourself looking at it when you see this ribbon of black shadow come over your left shoulder and stab out in front of you and then retract just as quickly. And you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, know that the cloak you wear just saved your life.
If I turn around, do I see Mask standing behind me again?
Yes, he's within 5 feet of you. He's danced back into a ready position, but yes, he's there.
Have we done any damage to him? Is he looking damaged? How's he looking?
He's had damage done to him. Absolutely, you can see some scuffs and marks on his armor. He doesn't appear to be very visibly hurt, but you can definitely see that there were some things that landed.
All right, sounds like I need to save my big guns for a little later. I am, however, I'm gonna take a shot here. Sylvan is going to just stare daggers at Mask. And he simply says, I am leaving this mountain. And this blue light starts to emanate from his forehead, from Sylvan's forehead, and it starts to come out and extend a little bit. And you see the point of a lance come out of his forehead, and it just launches towards Mask. I'm casting Rothman's Psychic Lance at him at 7th level. He needs to make an intelligence saving throw. DC is 18.
He doesn't make it.
All right. I might. Okay. Let me see if I even have enough dice for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, I have to go get one more. I dropped it earlier. 10d6. He is taking 10d6 of psychic damage. 10, 20, 30. It's 38 psychic damage total.
Okay.
As well as he is incapacitated until the start of his next turn.
Okay.
And Sylvan standing over him, standing over him, standing in front of him, whatever, looks him just dead in the eyes, or where his eyes should be, even if they're just darkness. And Sylvan says, "I am saving one word for you. Get us all out of here." And with a smile, ends his turn.
Okay. Phil, that brings us to you.
Um. So, how far behind Sylvan is Mask? Like right
Probably
behind him?
5-6 feet.
Okay. So I got a pretty good line of shot on him.
Oh yeah, you're at an elevated position. You fucking
Ooh.
sniper's delight.
You know, they say that the high ground life chooses you.
They say you should never surrender the high ground.
Um. So
Some people say it's over once they have the high ground.
it's true.
I've heard this as well.
Well, I don't know about anything being over yet, but we're gonna try to do some damage to this divine
Yeah, I
entity.
mean, not bad. You guys have done like 60 damage to a deity.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So I'm going to fire off a couple of shots at him.
Okay.
I'm also gonna be using my sharpshooter.
Okay.
Feet
You won't be making any of these attacks at disadvantage because he's incapacitated right now.
Okay. So these first two, they're going to be with the sharpshooter, but I'm also going to use 2 superiority die to add to each attack to make
Okay.
up for the -5 to it. So this first one will be it's 27 -5 is 22. The second one,
22.
will be 15, 28. It'll be 23.
They both hit.
They both hit. So it'll be oh yeah. So that's 15, 25, 50. 50 damage and 5 radiant damage.
Okay.
Then I'm going to send 2 more arrows at him without the sharpshooter.
All right.
And that one's going to be 29, 32, and 31.
Both hit.
Those are going to be 8, 14, 9. So this is going to be 20. 49 is 23 plus 7 radiant damage. Then I think I'm going to action surge.
Okay.
And I think I'm going to send 2 more shots at him using sharpshooter and 2 more superiority die.
Okay.
So, oh my good lord. Let's see. 18, 13.
Bill doesn't even have a bow anymore. He's just got a hand crank on the side of it, just like the old style Gatling guns.
Yeah, just so that one's going to be like a 26, and this one's going to be a 25.
They hit.
Those are going to be 18. 18 plus 6, that's going to be 24 plus 10 is going to be 34 damage plus 1, 5 radiant damage. Then I'll send 2 more at him without the sharpshooters. Does a 17 hit?
No, a 17 doesn't.
Does a natural 20 hit?
Yes, a natural 20 does hit.
Natural 24. 11, that's going to be 22 damage plus 6 radiant damage. Does the radiant damage double?
Everything on it doubles.
Okay, so that's going to be 12. So that's going to be another 34 damage.
Okay.
And then 36 hide check.
Okay. So, unknowingly to you, you estimate you've probably fired 25, 30,000 arrows in your career, just alone on your own, not counting the multiple brigades of other archers you've been deployed with and everything else, just shafts leaving your bow. And you feel like every single one of those shots has led up to this point. The mechanics, the muscle memory of it, the speed in which you were able to realign and target again, all has never fallen so smoothly into place for you. Again, that last shot's almost leaving the bow by the time the first one makes impact. That's how quickly the sequence goes. And they begin to pierce in to Mask one after another, ripping into his torso, striking deep, burying half the length of the arrow in on each shot. And you see him drop down to a knee as the force of each shot just keeps driving him down towards the floor due to the elevation change. And your last shot strikes home, and he lifts his head back with the momentum of the shot and locks eyes with you at the top of the staircase and smiles. You did a 34 hide check.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. It doesn't appear to have worked on him.
Usually not, I guess. But
That's
I also. So he's just staring at me again.
He's driven down to a knee with 8 arrows sticking out of his chest, and he's incapacitated until the end of his turn this turn, correct, Sylvan?
Until the start of my turn.
Right. Gotcha.
But
So,
he still looks like he's got a little fight in him.
oh yeah, like there's definitely still some fight in the dog.
Okay, then I'm gonna action surge again.
Okay.
I might as well. I got him here. I might as well hurt him. Let me check my superiority die. Oh, sick! I got 2 left. All right, so I'll get
You're
my
gonna rinse and repeat.
yes. Only this
All
time
right,
I'm gonna
just go through and roll them. You
yeah.
need at least a 20 to hit him,
Okay.
and then just tally up your damage.
Okay. Just so you know, I do have a bonus D6 superiority die that I am going to use as well. So I'm going to have 3 extra bonuses to my attack roll.
You got it.
Okay. First one's gonna miss. Second one is gonna hit. Third one is gonna hit. Fourth one, which is normal, is not gonna hit. So 2 of them are gonna hit.
One with the superiority in sharpshooter and one without.
2 with superiority. 2 with superiority, and wasted 1. My normal one wasted as well. So that's gonna be 18, 15, 33. Oh, fuck yeah, baby. And 12. So 33 and 12 radiant damage.
So 45 total.
And that's gonna do me.
All right.
I'm
You
spent.
sink another 2 directly into his chest, and his eyes never leave you.
All right.
And that's the end of your turn.
Yes, sir.
And that brings us around to the second part of this, the opposition side. On Curzon and Keelgaunt's side, the flow has ground to a halt towards the bottom of the staircase, and people are slowly rallying to Curzon's call, coupled with the fact that people that have regained their senses don't want to go anywhere near this fire elemental. So we're going to say that 30 people still draw breath on your side of the room, and they are all going to turn around and raise their weapons and charge into the horde of shadows that occupies the center of the room. And a massive melee breaks out. You just see shadows leaping into these people, some people getting ripped apart, other people cleaving shadows apart. It's just a dogfight. The shadows on the other side of the rift and the people on the other side of the rift weren't touched by Curzon's divinity, so they didn't receive release from their hold. So they continue surging towards the base of the staircase. So, Sylvan, okay. So the horde pushes up towards you, backing you up towards the staircase and the wall as they surge in. 2 specific individuals lunge forward out of the group, swinging weapons at you. One of them, a hill dwarf carrying a battle axe. The other one, a half orc that lunges forward with this long bladed knife. Both of them seem to have defeated the illusion of your cloak. And you are going to take 12 points of piercing damage and slashing damage combined from the 2 of them. And I also will need you to make me a reflex saving throw.
Dexterity save.
I'm sorry, you have a ring of free movement, don't you?
Yeah, it doesn't affect that unless it's magically trying to stop me from moving. I don't think.
Yeah, well, it's the shadows that are accompanying you along the wall are reaching out and trying to grab a hold of you to physically restrain you.
Yeah, difficult terrain doesn't cost me any extra movement. In addition, magic can neither reduce my speed nor cause me to be paralyzed or restrained.
So they reach out, going to grasp a hold of you, and you just slip out of each one of their grips, dodging incoming weapon attacks.
Bet.
That was them, and it's going to bring us to Keelgaunt at the top of the initiative order. Mask is going to regain some hit points, but go ahead.
Okay, so there's nobody in my immediate vicinity that's getting an attack of opportunity, right?
Well, there's people that are backing away from you, but all of them seem to be clear-eyed and seem to have been affected by Curzon's channel divinity, and they don't seem to be hostile towards you. And most of the people on the outside edge have turned around and started charging into the shadows.
Okay. Do I see? Can I see Phil and Mask fighting?
Mask is down at the bottom of the stairs,
Okay.
about 5 or 6 feet in front of Sylvan. And you can make a spot check or a perception check to see Phil.
As long as I can see Mask, I don't need to see Phil right now.
Okay.
I've been seeing Phil all night.
That's right. Phil can't avoid my gaze. I solved his magic. It's like the Where's Waldo book. Once you know how to do it, it's over.
So you said the radius of the room is like 100 feet?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm gonna since I'm still on the staircase and I'm not gonna get hurt dropping out, I'm gonna use a bonus action to unwild shape, turn back into Keelgaunt.
Gotcha.
Um is it a full action to draw my moonsicle?
No.
Okay. So let's do that. And I'm gonna hit Mask with Moonbeam. I'm gonna cast it at 9th level. Go
Okay.
big or go home. And I need to get a con save with a DC of 21 from you.
He makes it.
Son of a bitch. Okay. So we're talking half as much. So okay, we got 9d10 plus 5 plus a d6. Cut it in half.
Still seems like a lot.
Uh, four. 6. 8. 9. All right, so okay, now the d6. So you're talking 30 radiant damage.
All right.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I'm doing right now. I'm just gonna hold it on him for right now.
All right.
And we'll see what happens.
Curzon. That brings us to you.
All right. How far away from me is Mask right now?
He's about 100 feet away from you. He's directly across the room from you. You're at the base of one staircase. He's at the base of the other.
I'm gonna make my way, I guess, 30 feet in.
All right. You charge out into the ranks of people that are rushing towards the River of Shadows.
Uh, how far away from me is the other mass of people?
They're probably about 35, 40 feet. Like they're all rushing towards that other side of the room.
Okay. I guess I am going to use my bonus action to recast Spiritual Weapon at a 6th level. And I'm going to recast it as close to Mask as I can. So it should 30 feet in plus 60,
That
90.
puts
So
you
it
right
should be
about
within.
10 feet away from the wall.
And then I guess I will hold my action.
All right. Sylvan, this brings us to you.
Okay, so I don't really know how to handle this or how this works. I would kind of like to make an assessment of how he's looking to see if I can figure out if what I want to do, or see if I think what I want to do might work. Because I got one
Okay.
shot at
Make an
this.
intelligence check.
I got one shot, and if it don't work, then it's wasted.
Make an intelligence check to survey him and glean what you will.
God, it's 15.
Can I use
Yep.
Flash of Genius to give him the +3?
Sure.
Let's do that.
I'm making an 18.
So, right off the bat, you can tell he's hurt. He's taken a lot of damage over the last few seconds. And something about him being bathed in moonlight right now, you feel is very discomforting to him.
Should I try it, guys? Because this is a one-shot thing. If it doesn't work, then it's a wasted. It's my highest level spell wasted.
Listen, as long as a failure doesn't empower him,
No,
it's worth a
it'll
shot.
absolutely do
Do
nothing,
it.
and it'll just waste my highest level spell.
Do it.
I mean, go big or go home. I just used my highest level spell slot.
I just action searched twice.
Everybody kind
Yeah,
of
but you
started
used the
blowing
highest
their
level.
load on that turn.
I used my highest level spell slot to cast that moonbeam at a 9th level.
Where'd he go?
Yeah,
We lost our captain here.
you guys might
Captain
have to
of the
refresh.
stream.
Guys might have to refresh your windows. They should come back.
I'm here.
This site
Well,
does this a few
not the
times.
captain of the universe. Just the stream. He's the stream guy.
Oh, they can't. You guys can't. They can't see me.
I can
Or
see
me?
it.
Tell Steve. Tell whoever can't see me to refresh. If Mike can't hear me, it's probably
Tell him
just
to roll perception.
You can't see who?
I can't see. Yeah.
Tell whoever can't see me to refresh. They probably can't hear me.
Nate has disappeared.
Mikey and Rob.
I was just say we can't physically see Phil all night, but I've been spotting him left and right.
Catching glimpses.
Yep.
Nate's typing.
There was that one point when I stared directly at you, but we were sitting at a table, so.
Oh,
I can see you just fine, Nathan.
Can you hear me too?
Yep.
All
I
right.
can hear Rob. I can hear Mike. I can hear Devin.
Yep, I can see and hear everybody.
All right.
Of course,
It might just be
not
Mike.
Devin because he's doesn't have a camera.
I see Nate now.
Probably just Mike because he blanked out for a second. This site does that sometimes. You just got to refresh and it should come back up.
Yeah, this is the same system I use for my other game.
It's a great system because it doesn't mess your doesn't move your cameras all around if somebody drops, but it has its bugs like that too.
All right,
Everybody
we're
back?
all here now.
Yep. Seems like it's working now.
All right.
Mikey's quiet again.
I'll raise him up. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, it defaulted back. You say something, Mike?
Can you hear me now?
That's
All
a
right,
little better.
should be good now. Okay, so I'm gonna try this. I guess the only thing that makes me worry is if it doesn't work, it does absolutely nothing. Sylvan just looks at Mask as Phil has just riddled him with arrows and put him on a knee, and he's been incapacitated up until this point. And I imagine in my head canon, this Sylvan's turn comes up, and the effect on Mask has subsided, so he starts to kind of stand up, and Sylvan just looks towards him and just says, "Die." And I'm casting Power Word Kill. If he has 100 hit points or less, he is compelled to die, and he dies instantly.
All right. So I will give you the raw information on this, but I told all of you guys that I was only rolling one set of dice tonight and that they were going to be a set of percentile dice. And that's how I've dealt every stick of damage tonight. That's how I've dealt every single attack tonight. That's how I've dealt all of it. So we started off this encounter. Mask had 661 hit points. Sylvan opened up on him with 9 hit points as the first blood against him. Mask recovers 30 hit points a round due to his shadow regeneration, depending on what type of light environment he is in. He's kept to the shadows for most of the night. He's been able to use that shadow regeneration. He only regains it at the start of his turn. Phil, in the last 2 turns, has dealt almost 300 damage to Mask.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
With the falling damage, coupled with the damage he took from the Symbol of Moradin and Keelgaunt's Moonfire, which kudos to fucking you, because he was getting ready to regain 30 hit points again because he was in shadows, and he can't now because of it. He also can't use his shadow teleportation because he is stuck inside this fucking moonbeam. So I'm going to give it to you, Nathan. Call it. High or low?
I don't want to. Oh god, the pressure's too much. Shit.
Butt scratch.
Low.
33.
Oh my god.
The
Dude,
avatar
that's beautiful.
of Mask, the Shadow Lord, draws his eye from Phil hanging off the precipice of the staircase and looks deep into Sylvan's eyes
The one that's not wandering.
and whispers, "I'll come for you, Sylvan." As the shadow stuff that makes up his corporeal form begins to unravel and dissipate into the floor. The shadow river in the middle of the room also begins to dissipate and fall away into the floor. The charging mob that was closing in on the base of the staircase loses the dark luster to their eyes, and the people take on a sea of confused looks staring directly at you, Sylvan.
Sylvan draws his head back and spits at where Mask was, and turns and looks over everyone that's standing there, looks over the other party members, and then turns and just starts walking towards this gap, this opening in the wall, towards the stars outside.
Then he takes an attack of opportunity from Phil. You're out of my space.
Gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure to run this game for you guys. All the way through season 1, all the way through season 2. This has been nonstop, by far, one of the best games I've ever had the pleasure of being part of. And I just want to say thank you to all of you guys for making time in all of your own independent lives and busy schedules to set time aside for this game. And it was a fucking blast. And I honestly did not see it going the way it went. And I honestly did not ever think we would get to the end of this game. I didn't think any group that attempted the Emporium would ever make it to the final levels of it. So I'm really ecstatic you guys did.
Thank you, Steve.
It took a couple of tunes, but you know,
First of
definitely.
all, I'd like to thank Steve.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Possible.
That was a hell of a ride.
Praise be.
Great game, Steve.
I don't
appreciate
know.
If you're
I don't
playing
know how many of you guys caught it or not, but all of your previous characters were brought back in
As-
this.
As soon as he
And-
popped a turtle, I was like, "Oh, okay, we're doing
I was
this."
shaking my head as soon as you described the turtle. I was like, "Nah,
I was
don't
like,
do it,
"Yep, we're
Steve.
doing
Don't
this.
do
I'll
it."
Take it out now.
And I knew Nathan picked it out as soon as I told him when he cleared the barbarian Dave's shadow stuff. He was like, or the first time somebody actually died to one of your guys' attacks and the shadows receded from them before they died, I saw Nathan's face go, "You motherfucker." You're gonna have to sacrifice all these innocents.
And I didn't know if that that the spell magic would work. I was fully prepared to just blast Dave's fucking face off if it didn't work, but
I have to say, I've never gotten far enough in a campaign to play a level 20 character. So
Right.
thank you for that.
Yep.
Because that was
Absolutely.
badass.
Well, just so you all know, Mask himself is a CR 30. That's what they rate him as, a CR 30. So I chose to take the avatar of Mask, one of his champions, which was a CR 25 in and of itself. And then I gave him the ability to summon in shadows, just simple shadows. So if you would have tallied up all the, I think their shadows are like CR2 or something like that, I think. So I mean,
Shadows
if you
are
would have
bad,
tallied
too.
it all up, you know, you guys just took on probably a CR level 40 encounter, you know. So that's why I was like, no, everybody go in, level up to this, get yourself an extra item, think about it, make sure it's useful to you.
The extra item didn't really do a whole lot for me because it really, I mean, it's just like a normal shield, but like,
Yeah,
it
but
wasn't.
it saved your ass on that one round because the turtle was
Yeah.
on you.
Yeah.
You know, if that shield wouldn't have been there, you'd have taken them first 3 attacks from Nug right off the bat. You know,
I thought I was going to have to do a whole lot more wild shaping, but then I was like, wait a second. If people run into me, I can set them on fire.
I can just stay here and burn everyone.
In
Yeah, I was waiting for Phil to unleash hell. I was like, this motherfucker. I took one look at his character sheet when he sent it over to me, and I was like, this motherfucker's gonna rain death on somebody.
And guess what? It should have never let me find that coin either. Oh my god.
Well,
Hey,
you did
I'm
all the
I'm
investigating in the
surprised that
beginning, man.
Curzon didn't use the other one. He had the symbol of Mistra.
I totally forgot I was holding it.
It's all good.
Oh
Yes,
man. So yeah, you guys don't get your wildest desire as Orland promised you on the doorstep of the Emporium. But you do have this whole second level here that you guys could,
Loot?
along with the rest of the people, loot
That's what I
and
said,
take
Sylvan.
with you.
If we're leaving here, we're
Sylvan's
That, I'm walking
Sylvan
out.
has a story now that
He
can
got what
Sylvan's
he
been
wanted.
gone for the last hour. He ran out the door.
He came for fame and fortune, and
He's
he
like,
got both
forget
of them.
all y'all.
He was
He's
like, I
going-
came for a story, and I to leave telling people I killed a god.
Yep, and he's going to for sure. Like he's going elsewhere to find some magic items because now he's got masks coming after him at some point. Yeah, he's going to be
Well,
prepared.
thanks for that bardic inspiration that lasted 100 rounds. So I hung on to that for a minute. I was like, I can use this whenever.
I'm going back
Use this
upstairs to check on
tomorrow.
my dragon meat.
Yeah, your only
So-
option
so
at
the
this point is
Emporium
to
did-
go upstairs unless
I-
you want to jump down 30 feet.
I expected the Emporium to like crumble or get like sucked into the earth or some shit.
Well, I'll tell you, the intent after Phil did his second action surge when he was like, you know what, I'm just going to fucking action surge again. I was like, all right, that kind of changes the scope of things. When he did the first one, I was like, all right, Mask can handle that. He can roll with that. He'll gain 30 back a turn. He'll disappear into the shadows for a few minutes, throw some spells at people, summon in some more shadows. It'll be straight. When he was like, I'm just going to fucking action surge again, I was like, all right, now we got to change how things are going to go. And the intent was he was only supposed to be incapacitated until the end of Sylvan's turn. So I was like, all right, as soon as we hit the end of Sylvan's turn, he's just going to use his final legendary lair action and he's going to transport himself out of here and he's going to force the whole building to come down as he leaves. And then you were like, oh, guess what? Moonbeam, motherfucker. And I was like, it's kind of hard to say there's some shadows when you're trapped in the middle of a solid beam of moonlight.
As soon as you said Shadow Lord in the beginning, as soon as you said Shadow Lord, I was like, I got Moonbeam, I got Sunbeam, and I got Sunburst. Let's go.
Well, you guys actually chose Mask. I did a percentage based on how you guys came into everything again. It was either going to be Mask or it was going to be Cyric. So
Okay.
you guys chose which one it was going to be. If it would have went more towards Cyric, I would have blasted you guys with a lot more summoned enemies and negative energy drain and power word deaths and shit like that. But because Mask is the god of thieves and shadow, I was like, this motherfucker's all about trying to make these motherfuckers an asset to him. And I want them to see that all the previous people that they saw enter into the Emporium are now part of the Emporium.
Right.
Like that is the win. You get to live on forever in existence with this, or you die here, you know?
I enjoyed the whole setup of the scene and the choice, you know, where the table appeared with the mugs and everything. I was like,
awesome.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
It kind of, you know, it gave the vibe of like Shia Gorath in the Skyrim series. I was like, all right, so this is how we're doing it. I honestly, when Devin started talking, I thought he was gonna be like, I take a big ass chug.
I did too.
You said he was like, I take a big ass. I thought he was gonna be like, I just slam the goblet.
I thought for a split second that he was going to do it just to be like, fuck what Sylvan's talking about.
Right? Yeah.
I
would have not questioned it at all. Oh, Sylvan doesn't want to choose. Sylvan wants to leave. Well, I'm staying.
Well, let me tell you
I'm
how
gonna be the king around here.
close. It was dangerously close to that. Because I thought about it for a second, and I was like, I'm tipping back in my chair. I was gonna sip it and just start laughing at everybody, like, "Ha, you stupid assholes!"
Then we all had to fight Phil.
I
See,
then-
now
cut.
that was
Look-
gonna be part of it. Anybody who chose to take part in it and become part of the Emporium would have gotten immediately leveled up to 25 to be a chosen of mass, because he was gonna give everybody a spark of his own divinity to be one of his avatars, and he was gonna have you be the final encounter for anybody else that comes into the Emporium. You weren't gonna be trapped in the Emporium forever. You'd be able to go throughout the multiverse however you wanted to, but anytime somebody made it to that level, you would come back to that level as their final challenge. And I was like, all right, anybody who says yes immediately is getting a 5-level bump, and then they're going directly at the rest of the party. So I really hope
low-key
these
would've wanted y'all
motherfuckers
to
don't
take it.
choose this time to split the party like they do all the fucking time.
It was this
Every
close.
episode.
That was so close.
Can you
And then
imagine
you
if
guys
we had
thought
all
about it
accepted
hard.
it, and then,
And then
like,
you guys
you know,
all
like,
did it again, like immediately this episode.
Well,
He was
that's
like, I'm gonna go spider climb up into this hole, and you were like, I'm going with him. And Devin was like, I sit down. I was like, what the fuck?
we got it out of the way early so that we didn't have to all choose different stuff when
I was
Mask
like,
offered
oh
us.
my god. I was like, they're fucked. If the two of them are up there and they get confronted by him and they say yes, and the two downstairs don't know anything about it, this is a motherfucking wrap.
that would have been interesting as fuck.
I was
That's
like,
where
this is
Sylvan-
just gonna end.
That's where Sylvan would have been tempted to take it because he's like, Phil doesn't know anything about this. I can get this power and go after Phil now. No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
All
Phil
those,
been-
all those damn snide remarks there, Cookie.
Guess what? You would have took 12 hot ones to the ass, bro.
Take this for sneaking and just disappears into the shadow.
That's right.
What?
Good
See,
game,
that's the
guys.
thing
Yeah.
is, I was waiting.
I gotta go
I
to
was
bed.
waiting for Phil to have like a super high check, but get enveloped by the shadows while he was hiding and like swallowed up. And I've been
Well,
like, oh fuck.
I was actually rolling percentiles because that was part of the avatar's thing, was he could instantly transport himself between any shadows. And he was just gonna, every time Phil was like, oh, I'm gonna hide, I rolled a percentile and I was like, if it hits, it's a wrap. He's coming out of those shadows on you. Like, yo, you want to try to hide from me? And Phil found out the one time he popped out of the shadows and was like, yeah, motherfucker.
I looked at my spell list and I was like, man, half these spells require fucking saving throws, and I was like, the one spell I need, I don't have. And then you cast Bane and it failed, and I was like, son of a bitch.
And see, that was what was pissing me off. All the attacks for all of the minion creatures, everything else, fucking, I'm like, if it's high, it hits. If it's low, it doesn't. Whatever the number is, that's how much damage they're going to take for it. I'm fucking rolling low on all of these motherfuckers. And then one finally does hit, and I'm like, bet. And I roll the 2 dice for the damage, and it says 7 damage. And I'm like, fuck, man. Come on.
One of the few
The only
times
thing I was rolling high to do was
one of
save
the few
against me.
times you asked me to pick high or low. Like the first time, yeah, I said high and it went. The second time around, you were like high or low. And I was like, you know what? I'll go low this time. But I was fucking muted. And I convinced myself that when I turned off mute to say high, that was the one that I took a shit ton of damage on. And I was like, should have gone my first fucking instinct.
Always trust it.
Mike came in clutch because I took some decent amount of damage, but when he cast that heal on me, I was back up at full again. I was like, all right, cool.
I'm
I
at
came in clutch anyway because that channel divinity came through and turned the
Yup.
tide.
Yep.
He was like, no. All of y'all go fight them.
I'm at 131 of 193.
Well, more
Took
than
more
that.
damage
'cause you
than
got
anybody.
40 temporary hit
I
points,
couldn't
too.
see you to heal you,
Well,
so you were shit
yeah,
out of luck.
I already expelled those extra hit points.
Right.
The
but
thing
that's what
about
I'm
Phil,
saying,
he's
is
like,
you
I
got
can't
more than
get
that.
healed or hit.
Pretty much. Oh, fuck, I don't care.
Listen, I
I got
say
6 healing pots and a second wind.
we stick around and be the last round of the Emporium just for shits and giggles. Let's fix this bitch up. We can all live here. Phil can cook, and then we'll just run people through the Emporium.
Geodot's like, come on, guys, we got a hideout.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
We got free hideout, guys.
Like a
Yeah.
fucking castle in this bitch.
Just gotta fix the hole. It's no big deal.
No,
But
I'm,
that just
I'm
goes
trying
to
to
show
get
you,
Mending spell.
I'm trying to get
With
out
the-
the hole.
with the history of it, it's been 400 years of the Emporium being here.
See, it'd make a cool hideout.
And now Sylvan took it all
to
down.
opens to adventurers every 10 years, and nobody's won it yet that they know of.
Right on, right on. I gotta go to
So
bed.
if we ever play again, our new characters have to be the descendants of our current characters. And you're like, oh, your ancestors were the only ones to make it through the Emporium.
Oh, that's right. I heard stories about that guy.
Play a
All
campaign
right, boys.
where our ancestors are completely useless.
Yeah, right.
You'll be the ancestors of the first set of characters.
Just a little fucking turtle.
Wait, you're who? Your uncle was who?
He died in the Emporium
Twice.
twice.
You're gonna have to be a little more specific.
All right, boys.
All right, guys. I'm
I'll
out of
talk to
here.
you guys soon.
Pleasure playing with you guys.
Come on, guys.
Hell yeah. It has been a lot of fun, guys.
Good night, y'all.
Later.
Bye bye.